Anyone who can lead us with a song and a prayer in Kanyamazane? Kanyamazane, sifikile bo. Asasai, we are here now. We are here. Kanyamazane, sifikile bo. Sana sifikile bo. Kanyamazane, sifikile bo. Kanyamazane, sifikile bo. Kanyamazane, singenile. Kanyamazane, singenile bo. Kanyamazane, singenile. Kanyamazane, singenile bo. Kanyamazane, sifikile bo. Kanyamazane, sifikile bo. Kanyamazane, sifikile bo. Kanyamazane, sifikile bo. Kanyamazane, singenile. So, Kanyamazane, singenile bo. Kanyamazane, singenile. Kanyamazane, singenile bo. Kanyamazane, singiyaya bo. Kanyamazane, singenile bo. Kanyamazane, singenile bo. Kanyamazane, singenile bo. Kanyamazane, sifikile. Kanyamazane, sifikile bo. Kanyamazane, sifikile. Thank you very much.
May we all stand up so that we can pray. We praise your name, Almighty God. We bow before you. We praise your name. We praise your name. We bow before. We magnify. Oh, yo, lile, kawe. Our Heavenly Father and the Father of our Lord Jesus Christ, we thank you very much, Father God, that you led us from all far places to come together for the purpose of this meeting. We invite your presence in everything that we are doing here, Father God, because this will give us prosperous results. Father God, we thank you. We bless everybody here in the name of Jesus. Bless, protect us, and provide us with all abundance. Amen and amen. We give God a round of applause. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Tata Wethu. We are in Kanyamazane today on a Saturday. We are supposed to have started at 12. It's 12:15. People are still getting in. There is no person from the council around. No. He says, because I asked him, you must allow him to do vote of thanks. He said he prefers to do vote of thanks. But I will welcome ours. So let me welcome you in Parliament. This is Parliament, the Committee on Basic Education. We are here because of the BELA bill. We will proceed as planned. I don't want really to waste time. My name is Bongiwe Mpingo Kikaba. I'm the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Basic Education from the National Assembly. And today we are going to ask Honorable Adwons to lead us with the proceedings of today in Kanyamazane. We always sang this song, and you know, for some of us, for me, it's the first time I'm here. So something just said, let me sing this song. I'm no longer coming, I'm here now. Kanyamazane, and we are seeing you as the people of Kanyamazane today. We're looking forward to your contributions in the bill itself. We're looking forward to what you feel must happen with your children. So allow me then to allow Honorable Adwons to lead us today.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson Binqo Gigaba. With the powers vested in me, I am sure that we are going to have a very smooth running of the proceedings. Because this is Parliament. What you see in Parliament is going to happen today. If you are here to disrupt, we'll throw you out. But as the Chairperson has welcomed us, I will then hand over to the members to introduce themselves. I will start from my far right up until to my far left. Can you start, Honorable Fanse?
Thank you, Chairperson. Good afternoon. My name is Marina van Zyl. I'm a member of Parliament, and I am serving on the Basic Education Committee, and I am there for the Democratic Alliance.
Good afternoon, everybody. Goeiemiddag. Dumelang. Molweni. My name is Baxolile Nodada. I'm a member of Parliament serving in the National Assembly. I was elected to Parliament by the Democratic Alliance and currently serving on this portfolio committee on basic education. And it's good to be in Mpumalanga. Thanks.
Eta Kanyamazane, eta. Ola Kanyamazane, ola. Igama lami nguGideon Mashego, usihlalo we-Portfolio Committee, Education, Sports and Culture in the province.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Good day to everybody. My name is Siposethu Lindinkosi Ngcobo. I represent the IFP in Parliament, and I serve in this committee, Portfolio Committee. Thank you.
Abshen Sanbonan, good day. Bitoramina Elvis Suela, a member of Parliament representing the African National Congress. This is my home province. Thank you.
Dumela. My name is Ronnie. My father's name is Morwa Tsetla, a member of Parliament in the National Assembly in the 6th administration, and further deployed into this all-important Portfolio Committee on Basic Education. And my home ground is Limpopo. Thank you.
Dumela. Lina laka ke nna Shelley Mokgotho, a member of Parliament. Ke serva mo committee ya Basic Education. Ke tswa ke le ko Northwest. Ke romilwe ke mokgatlo o golang ka lebelo le le makatsang o emetseng ditshwanelo tsa batho e le EFF. Ke a leboga.
Goedemiddag. Good afternoon. Molweni. My name is Mari Soekers. Ek is van die Weskaap. I am very grateful to be here in Mpumalanga. I see another person there from the Western Cape. And I am from the African Christian Democratic Party, serving on this portfolio committee. Thank you.
Dumelang. Good day. Lebitso la ka ke Bafuze Yabo. Ke member ya parliamente mo National Assembly in the 6th administration. Ke member ya portfolio committee ya basic education. Ke rometse ko parliamente ke mokgatlo o mogolo thata mo Africa. Ka bophara, African National Congress. Ke tswa Gauteng.
Dumelang. Goeiemiddag. Good day. My name is Tebogo Litsie. I'm a member of the 6th Parliament in the National Assembly. I serve on the Portfolio Committee of Basic Education, and I'm deployed in Parliament by the biggest organization in Africa called the ANC. Thank you.
Thank you very much, honorable members. I would also acknowledge you, Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee of Education in Mpumalanga, Honorable Mashego, and thank you very much for joining us. If there are any members from the legislature of Mpumalanga, you will just stand up so that you also acknowledge you. Okay. Let me also introduce the team that we are with from Parliament, our support staff. If you can just stand so that the community can see you. And also the team from the Department of Basic Education. Members from Basic Education. Okay, that's it. Thank you very much. As we have said that we are here today to conduct a public hearing as per the Constitution of South Africa. We came out as a portfolio committee after we have received the BELA bill from the minister in 2021. So we have received the BELA bill, which seeks to amend the SASA, South African Schools Act, and the Educators Employment Act. So there are about 56 clauses that are in the BELA bill, and that seeks to amend the two legislations. So today we are here as a portfolio committee as we went from about 3 provinces. Now this is the 4th province that we're in. We're conducting public hearings to get your views, your comments, your inputs on the 56 clauses before we take it back to the portfolio committee and to Parliament for approval or rejection. So we're here today, Kanyamazane, to make sure that we are going to listen to each and every voice that is here today. We are going to allow everyone to participate, whether it is through, coming here and speak on the mic, or you are going to write on a form that is going to be provided by the table over there. So there are 2 methods that we are going to use. Either you are going to feel free and come here and speak your voice, or you are going to write on a form if you don't feel like speaking. But you cannot do both. You are only going to do one of them. It's either you write or you come and speak. And from this moment, I am going to allow hands. I'll be moving from this side. I will take 10 hands from this side. And when we are done, I will also come to this side. So we'll have rounds up until all of you have satisfied yourself by speaking whatever it is that you want to present. From this very moment, I will allow hands from the side. If you can raise hands from the side, that I would note 10 hands. And when I note you, you are going to come to this side on the chairs. You sit there, and then when we are done, you are going then to leave the chairs. I'm going to allow everyone to speak for 3 minutes only. 3 minutes. So when you are done speaking for 3 minutes, your time is up. So it is important to indicate whether you support the bill or you reject the bill, and then you can make your inputs and comments and whatever it is that you want to present. But if you can start with those ones so that within your 3 minutes, you are able to be captured in whatever it is that you wanted to present. I will start here in the front, up to the back. Number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Can you come to the chairs? Number 6, 7, 8, 9. Yes, Kaspoti. Number 9, number 10. Yes, you are number 10. Can you please all come to the stage? 3 minutes only, 3 minutes. Those who wants to go and fill the form, you can go to the table, fill the form, and there's no need for you to come here. Okay, there's a gentleman with a blue and white shirt. He has the forms with him. Or on the form, make sure that you write your name, surname, your ID number, and contact details. Yeah, I noted that one. You can start, ma'am.
Thank you very much. My name is Maritza Eis. I'm talking for the SGB of the Nelspruit Hoërskool. We are partially supporting the BELA bill, and I'm going to focus only on a few of those which we do not support. Firstly, the infringement on the SGB's powers concerning the school's admission policy. I'm referring to BELA Clause 4A in respect of Section 5.5 of the Schools Act, where the HOD has final authority to admit learners. This amounts to centralization of power that goes against the original aim of SASA to establish public schools as democratic institutions and extensions of the relevant community. In the best interest of the learners, state involvement in school governments should be at the minimum required for legal accountability and should be based on participative management. A culture of mutual trust and good faith between the SGB and the government should be nurtured rather than strong-arming schools to admit learners for whom they are unable to provide quality education. Secondly, the infringement of the SGB's powers relating to the school's language policy, BELA 5C in respect of Section 6 of SASA. You are referred to Sections 28 and 29 of the Constitution, protecting children and language as basic human rights. Mother tongue language is an option where it's reasonably practicable. At all times, the best interests of the children are the main consideration. Reasonable doability may not be limited or prescribed by legislation. Vesting the discretion to decide this on the HOD is restricting the constitutional principles and the SGB's functions. The revision of the language policy of the school every 3 years creates massive administration and legal uncertainty. The third one, various proposed amendments create unnecessary and costly administrative burdens for the school, as set out in our written submission by our school. That refers to clauses 15 and 16, the use of facilities for no compensation and central procurement. And my last point is relating to clause 17, section 22 of SASA, to withdraw the SGB's powers and functions and replace them on reasonable grounds. This may disable the SGB and the powers thereof, and the reasonable ground, secondly, is in discretion of the HOD, which is not acceptable. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next.
Good afternoon, Chairperson and panel members. I'm Dr. JP Hugo from the SAOU Etlantini District. We partially support the bill. However, we do not support the following amendments. Clause 3, amendment of Section 5 of SASA. The HOD has the full authority to determine the school admission policy. This means that 24,000 schools are expected to submit their school admissions policies to the HOD for approval. This is problematic, seeing that the department does not have the capacity to review all these policies on an equal and fair basis. The department should rather focus on building more schools instead of the quick fix of building more classrooms on existing premises. Clause 4, amendment of Section 6 of SASA, empowering the HOD to dictate the language policy of a school. The SGB and school community around the school are the most informed role players and stakeholders to determine the language policy of a school. They are the people who enroll their children in these schools. We have to ask ourselves, do we want to sit in an autocratic education system in a democratic country? Clause 14, amendment of Section 18A of SASA. Disclose the financial interests of SGB members on an annual basis. The fact that SGB members, partners, spouses, and close family members should disclose their financial interest and statements will deter parents from serving on the SGB. This is in any case in direct conflict of the POPI Act and is seen as an invasion of privacy. Clause 16, amendment of Section 21 of SASA, empowering the HOD to centrally procure LTSM. This will enable the HOD to withdraw the function of the SGB to purchase quality textbooks, teaching material, and general learning material of the school. Schools have been receiving poor quality textbooks and writing materials. In some cases, books have been delayed or not delivered on time, or the wrong quantity were delivered. The department simply does not or do not have the capability to deliver LTSM to schools on time. Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity. I'm Lizelle Nelson, and I'm representing Law School Barberton. I am chairperson of the SGB. We support the BELA bill partially. We do not support the following proposed acts of the bill: the language and admission policy. The proposed amendments in Section 4D and 5C of the bill will remove the powers of school governing bodies to make decisions about language and admission policies of their schools. This is not in line with the scheme of the South African Schools Act and will unduly limit the abilities of the SGB to best serve their school and community. It is also not in line with the Constitution of South Africa regarding the freedom of choice for parents to make decisions in the best interest of their child. The disclosure and financial interest. Clause 14 proposed the insertion of Section 18A, 4A, that all members of the governing body to disclose annually all of his or her financial interest and the financial interest of his or her spouse or partner and immediate family members. We are of the opinion that this proposed disclosure would constitute an unreasonable invasion of privacy of both the governing body member and his or her family. This amendment may very well deter some parents from making themselves available to serve on the SGB. We, however, do support criminalising the act of providing false information. Clause 38, criminalising the act of providing false information to schools by parents will make parents aware of the importance of providing true and correct information. Compulsory education in grade R. Clause 2A is set to make grade R compulsory. This is a necessary step for early childhood development. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Robert Nadia. I'm a school principal and member of the SGB of Barberton Primary School. We partially support the BELA Act, but there are instances which are cumbersome and troublesome to us. Mainly, parents' constitutional rights, governing bodies' power regarding language policy. This policy vests in the SGB in terms of Section 6C of the SA Schools Act. Clause 5C proposes amending that section, which seeks to limit the governing body's power to determine the school's language policy. The requirement is therefore that the SGB must submit the language policy and any amendments thereof to the HOD for approval. The requirement of approval of the HOD conflicts with this whole scheme of the SA Schools Act, which envisages a cooperative partnership between the SGB and the HOD. It creates the same difficulties as the proposed changes requiring the HOD's approval of the admission policy. It also empowers, Clause 5, empowers the HOD to direct a public school to adopt more than one language of instruction after taking certain factors into account. Again, this signifies an intention to increase authoritarianism and a reluctance to respect, protect, promote, and fulfill the values and provisions of the Constitution. The power granted to the HOD to direct the SGB with regard to policy creates the same difficulties as the HOD having final authority to approve admission policy. It upsets the delicate balance of power, giving effect to cooperative governance, and it is disturbed in favor of granting that power to the HOD. Indeed, it may cause some parents and will deter some parents from making themselves available to be elected to an SGB. Admission of learners, the power to determine a school's admission policy vests in its SGB in terms of Section 5.5, the SA Schools Act. Clause 4D of the bill proposes amending that by introducing a provision which seeks to limit the SGB's power to determine the school's admission policy. Referral to final authority conflicts with the scheme of the SA Schools Act and applicable court's judgments, which envisions a cooperative partnership between the governing body, the HOD, and the minister. SGB of a school is the most appropriate stakeholder to determine the school's admission policy, including whether a learner meets the requirements for admission. By giving the HOD final authority, the SGB's role in the partnership and its accountability to the community that it serves is substantially diminished.
Your 3 minutes is up.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for the opportunity to address the committee. My name is Peter Ferreira. I'm the Provincial Manager for the Federation of Governing Bodies of South African Schools, FETSAS Mpumalanga. FETSAS support the bill partially. However, FETSAS do not support the following clauses: 4D, language policy; 5C, admission policy; 14, disclosure of financial interest; 16, procurement; 34, quarterly reports on income and expenses. The submissions focus on the powers of the school governing body, which directly and critically links the governance of public schools. The education system envisioned by the South African Schools Act and the White Paper 1 and 2 is undoubtedly one of a partnership that remains central. Furthermore, SASA clearly sets out the roles and duties of each partner in education. Amendments in the bill regarding the language policy and admission policy of public schools that FETSAS do not support. The amendments proposed in Section 4D and 5C of the bill are not in line with the scheme of SASA and unduly limits the SGB ability to best serve the school and the community. This is practically and administratively not in the best interest of our schools. The SGB, made up of parents, educators, and the community, is in the best position to determine these two policies. The SGB is knowledgeable about the area, the school's budget, and the needs in the community. They are aware of relevant interconnected factors to plan and govern these aspects of a school. Moreover, the SGB power to formulate these policies is not vetted. FETSAs refer you to Section 5561 and 58C of the Schools Act. This is also ensures that the HOD and the MEC's oversight functions are exercised reasonably and proportionally. Additionally, the administrative burden it will place on the HOD will not improve governance and management of our provincial departments nor in our schools. FETSAs do not support these amendments which unduly extends the HOD's oversight functions and on language and admission policies. Clause 16, procurement. Clause 16 seeks to empower the HOD to centralize procurement of LTSM. This is problematic. This provides a means for summarily circumventing the allocation of functions between the SGB and HOD for the purpose of procurement. The provincial departments will not have the capacity to deliver material on time. Clause 34, the SGB must submit a quarterly report on all income and expenditure. This will place a financial burden and an administrative burden on the SGB and schools' resources. Schools already submit annual audited finance statements. Clause 14 proposed in section of Section 18A4A that all members of a governing body to disclose annually all of his or her financial interest and the financial interest of her spouse, partner, and immediate family members. FETSAs are of the opinion that this proposed disclosure
Your 3 minutes is up. Thank you very much.
Sanibonani, ngiyabonga igama lami nginomonde ngwakazuza, ngiyi-Deputy Chairperson yaseMathulu, DA Ward 27. Mina angivumelani nale bill, cause nasingabuka thina sibatali, i-SGB imela thina sibatali, baningi batali labasebentako, so bantwana bahlale basesikolweni every time. So i-SGB imelana nebatali, kuthi bakhona ekuthathela tinqumo bantwa bethu esikolweni nini lenisebentako nisuke ningekho. So mina ngibona ukuthi ingcono ukuthi kuchubeke i-SGB etikolweni cause ngibo labakhona kubona ukuthi bantwa bethu baphephile every day. Kukhona abantwana labaswele, kukhona abantwana labahamba banganaticatfulo or uniform. Lithimba le-SGB liyakhona kuhlala phansi libonisane bese seliyamitha letidzingo talabo bantwana labo. So nema toilet njenganyalo kuningi ngema toilet etikolo. Niyawati ma toilet etikolo kunema toilet la flashako kulala ba flashako yes siyavuma. Sethine njengathi eMathuru kunema toilet la nga flash. Kunema toilet la phukile. SGB yahlala phansi ilithimba isho ukuthi okay asibonisane nisendeni lo stokhona ukuthi sifixe la ma toilet. Mina ngibona ngathi iSGB ingcono kakhulu etikolweni ngoba iyakhona kusigathela abantu bethu ene iyakhona nokuthi umntwana nakaphuma endleleni ikhona kusihambela nathi emakhaya personal ifike itokhuluma ngemntwana wethu. Leso sikhathi basibita etikolweni thina mara sikhetha imisebenzi kunokuthi siye etikolweni. So ama SGB ayakhona kwenda lo ukuthi na ungasebenzi noma Saturday Sunday ete kuwe ekhaya njengemntali atokukhulumisa ngoba nabo babatali labantwana nabo bababo nathi nasibamixa kubo sisuke sithembile ukuthi simbamise kubatali. So mina iSGB vet ngithi etikolweni ayichubeke ngoba idlala lithimba leliningi njengathi thina eMathuru mandi sinenkinga kakhulu yemandi lapha eMathuru etikolweni. So iSGB iyahlala phansi ngiyo le organizer ukuthi kufanele nyalo kubuye iVaterkan. So uma yona ingekho ngaleso sikhathi abantu bethu sekufanele bome obaba khiphe elesikoleni ngokuthi maybe kude mandi ngeke abantwana vele bafunze from 7 until 2 o'clock ungana mandi etikolweni. So mina ngibona ngathi iSGB ingcono. Mina angivumelani nale bill ngiyabonga.
My name is Nomonde Zulu. I'm the deputy chairperson of the DA in Ward 27 in Matsulu. I strongly disagree with this bill because I believe that the SGB also plays a very important role in local parentage. SGB also plays the role of oversight in the absence of parents to address the socio-economic challenges faced by most schools, as some of the schools experience poor infrastructure, as well as the shortage or lack of water. The SGB is in a position to visit homes during weekends to address issues experienced by learners. And the SGB is there in the absence of parents due to work commitments. So I do believe that the SGB can play a role in assisting in the governance of the schools. I thank you.
Next.
Sanbonan Kamlam Chapel Marabang, ETA Youth Chairperson Mbombela, plus the community member. Mina ang Milani na amendment section 6 bill. Cause dapat sala kona SGP ngubo bantu laba basatiko lenzawo environment hlala kuyo especially sela hlala khona kunebugebenga kakhulu la ngiphuma khona eZeview kutshontsha abantwana. So SGP ngubo bantu laba bahlala eceleni lesikolo laba abantwana isikhathini samanje abantwana bayenta ama-afternoon studies ma-SGP members abonakala isikhathi esiningi abe khona phakathi esikolweni akhona ukuncedisa kunabantwana abancane abasuka abafunda grade R labanye balahlekela ukuthi abasakwati emakhaya kubo. So SGB yakhona kusiza lapho ukuthi abantwana identify ukuthi bahlala kuphi bakabani. So SGB idlala role ebaluleke kakhulu emphakathini lohlala kuwona. Kokuqala ilwa nebugebengu. Ubugebengu siyabantu ukuthi buyanzile lapho bahlala khona. Buyanzile esikolweni. Abantwana batshontshwa, abantwana balahlekelwa, abantwana balimatwa futhi kunebugebengu lobungenako phakathi esikolweni batshontsha ama-computer esikolo. So ma-SGB ngubo abantu abakhona uku-identify labantu abenza lobugebengu bakhona ukuthi bancobele impilo leyo. So mina angivumelani ukuthi iminisa etikhethele ma-SGB ngoba iminisa ayibadi labantu and ayiyadi le-environment leyo ethi siyasuka hlala kuyona. Indzawo nendzawo, i-environment inetinqumo noma inetindlela leti iphila kutona. So mina lapho ngisuka khona emakhaya ma-SGBs asita kakhulu ngoba ahlala khona lapha especially ma unganamandi etikolweni ma-SGB abonakala ukuthi a-organize kube khona. So uma iminista atotikhethela abantu wochama kuhamba bangayadi lendzawo. So mina angivumelana lokho ngiyabonga.
Ngicela usho ligama lakho babe. Oh,
Thapelo Marabang.
Mahabane.
Yes. Thank you.
My name is Tapelo Mahabane. I would like to disagree with the amendments contained in the bill, because I believe that the SGB has a very important role that it plays at schools. Usually, members of the SGB know the environment in which the school operates. So they know the issues, whereas if the minister were to appoint other people or to replace the SGB, those people would probably be coming from outside that community and would not know the community intimately. SGBs play a very important role in schools in terms of combating crime, also in terms of discipline at schools. We know that sometimes there's a lack of infrastructure. There would be a shortage of water at schools, and that is where the SGB would come in to organize water that should be provided for schools. I therefore disagree with the bill that is proposed.
Sanibonani, igama ngututhuko, Mavuso. I'm
I'm living here, Kanyamazane. I'm the branch chairperson of the ANC in this ward, last corner manje. So I would like to apologize first to Parliament for not being welcomed properly. We know what you requested our councillors to come and maybe welcome you proper, but they were not there, all of them. But we apologize on their behalf. You are welcome. So as on behalf of the African National Congress in Ward 21, I'm standing up to actually support the proposed amendments to the Principal Act. However, we feel that there are areas that need to be considered or reconsidered, especially on the proposed bill. These areas I want to refer to is actually, let me start. Clause 8, amendment of Section 8A of the Principal Act as inserted by Section 7 of the Act 31 of 2007. That speaks about the sales of liquor in our schools. I strongly feel that no sales of alcohol should be allowed in our schools, irrespective of whatever event that is taking place in our schools, because... Sorry? Oh. Yeah, no. We were saying we disagree with that. We understand that maybe there are some areas in our communities, Langana, halls and other structures or facilities, they depend on our schools to maybe organize the Mishado and other events. But to allow the sales of alcohol in those premises is really not acceptable. One thing also that I want to mention is that the bill itself, the proposals, so to say, they seem to confer much powers to SGBs than necessary, because we cannot actually put all our trust to the SGB to decide on the language policies that should be used in our schools. We should not actually entirely put it up to the SGBs to decide in terms of the code of conduct generally and the punishments thereof, should maybe there be any infringements that are being actually caused by the learners in our schools. Good to go SGB that takes the decisions, how to discipline, how to execute. Sorry.
3 minutes, Buti. Thank you.
All right, my name is Ntutuko Mavuso. I'm the chairperson of the ward that you are in, and I would like to take this opportunity and welcome you to Kanyamazane. I'm also a resident of Kanyamazane. I would like to apologize for the absence of the councillors, as you had invited them to be part of this session. I would also like to acknowledge that some schools do not have facilities such as halls that may be used for weddings. Hence, people tend to use the schools. I am standing here in support of the bill. Thank you.
Good afternoon, members of Parliament, Department of Education, and members of Mpumalanga community. I am Annelies Kutter. I'm a former public school qualified teacher, and I chose to homeschool my son for various reasons. I also want to explain why we as homeschooling parents oppose the approval of Section 52, where the South African School Act does not provide protocols and platforms to homeschooled learners to facilitate decisions on the best interest of their learners. And according to Section 52, the competent assessor definition and the lack of choice for the programs. My student had to be homeschooled for several reasons. He was diagnosed with dyslexia, selective mutism and had a very serious speech delay. He was bullied in school, had anxiety attacks, and after my husband and I decided to homeschool him, we found on the website for application to register him as being homeschooled that I could not find the same protocols and platforms to allow him to repeat a grade or to be removed from mainstream curriculum to the LSEN curriculum in the same manner as I could do with my students in the public school setup. In the public school setup, I could send to the Department of Education a 450 form back in the day. We had to fill it out, explain to the parents and the Department of Education what the student is struggling with and why the student, it's in his best interest to do a grade again. As a homeschooling parent, I don't have that platform. I don't have that opportunity. That's why homeschooling parents fear to be criminalized, and therefore they don't want to register their children because there's no platform to give them another choice for a different curriculum. This child eventually, after occupational therapy, speech therapy, I did an extra course in neurology, started to learn to read much later. He now read these 5 books from the beginning of this year, even though he is dyslexic. But I wanted to have a platform and a protocol to apply for him extra years to study, which is different from the assessment of CAPS. Just like public school children are allowed to be screened for LSEN schools, I also want the opportunity for my child to be able to redo a grade or do a different curriculum which is tailor-made for his problems.
Your time is up, ma'am.
Thank you.
Are you supporting or not supporting the bill?
We are opposing the lack of choice and the definition of assessment, which has to be compulsory
Supporting
for
or
CAPS.
not supporting?
Not supporting.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next.
Ngiyanibingelela nonke ligama lami Nhlanhla Magagula. Mina ngisukuma ngitokhuluma ngendzaba ye-SGB na ukuthi the work ngakhona i-SGB na i-right ngenxa yokuthi le SGB le etikolweni ikhethwa ngilabadali and labadali nabakhetha le SGB bayikhethela ukuthi lesi sikhathi bayadi ukuthi i-right ukuthi itoyenda labantu bababo bayendeni baphumelele nakube nenkinga ngibo labatolungisa. Angiboni ukuthi lesi sikhathi iminister yona ingakhona ukuthi ifike endzaweni lengayadi ifike ikhethele umuntu kube ayadi ukuthi ngibani lo right ngibani lo wrong. So lama SGB njengoba akhethwa le etikoleni akhethwa ngilabadali bakhethe bati ukuthi lesinye isikhathi labantu laba bakhethako ba right. Mina ngibona ku wrong ukuthi minister tukwelikhale ingaladi itofike ilawule. Angeke ikhone kuyenda lento mina ngithi angimi nayo. Ngiyabonga.
Translation.
Good morning. My name is Nhlanhla Magagula. I would like to talk about the issue of the SGB and the appointment thereof. Currently, we know that the members of the SGB are appointed or are elected by parents. In their wisdom, the parents know that they are electing people who have the capability. And they also are local people, people in the community, so that who know the issues around the community. I do not believe that it is correct that the minister should appoint members of the SGB because he is outside that community. There is no way he would know what quality those people he is going to put in there, how they are going to be able to deal with local issues, because there might be people from outside that community. I therefore do not support the amendment.
Thank you very much. For those who just came in, we have few rules that we are abiding to. The first one is that you speak only for 3 minutes, and then you indicate whether you support or you reject the bill, and then you can come with your inputs and your comments. I would also like to make a humble request that those that have filled forms, that have spoken, if you want to leave, you can then quietly leave so that we allow other people who are still in the queue outside to come in so that they are also able to come and state their views. I am now going to come to the side, take another 10 hands, then you will come to this row, you speak, and then for 3 minutes, and then you leave. I will start there at the back. Number 1. Yes, you, with the blue t-shirt. Number 2 here, Sapa. Number 1 is the blue shirt. Booty, yes. Number 3 here in front. Number 4, yes, you. We're not number 4. Can you please come sit in this row? Number 5, no t-shirt, yes. Number 6, yellow t-shirt. No, at the back of sub, yes. Number 6. Number 7 with the Scotch t-shirt, shirt with the glasses, yes. Number 7. Number 8 with the black shirt, t-shirt, yes. Number 9, yeah. And Sapa, you'll be number 10.
Sanbonani bazalwan, abazali abatali, angat skat sam si kalanini, si ozama. Ngifuna kukala nge inselele. Ngifuna kubuta kulaba bafuna kusitshela thina ukuthi sifundise bantwana bethu emaskoleni la sikhula khona. Uthi bona bantwana benu bahamba tukole tikolo leti sikhuluma ngato. Ngoba nibathumela ema private school. Ningaenda logo. Ngoba umntwana wami uye primary yase Malelane. Njenga labanye labamnyama angathi ukutshela ngalenye makula ma Indian nema Pakistani. Kude mhluko. Ngiyangivisisa. All right. Lenye number 2 ningafuna ukuyathi ukuthi nginemali engakanani mina. Anginankinga ngoloko. Ngothi ngiyontshela ukuthi isikwenethi yami ngakanani. Ngothi ngiyojika ngitothi nibongilekelele kubhadala lesikwenethi sami. Anginankinga ngaloko. But I think what is fair to us, ningabuta ukuthi umuntu lo se governing body, une tax number, his tax is in place, no problem. Kusho ukuthi lo muntu vele usemthethweni. Lokho ukuthi umuntu nankinga. Mara ufuna ukuyathi ukuthi nginamalini, ngulenye ngoche ngiyojika ngifuna ukuyathi nawo ekhaya yakho unathi ngakho imoto. Kunjani njani lapho. Okay, I want to say sebenzisa to my example, you know University of Pretoria, which is Takis. Ikale ekaya, inye kaya. It took 50 years to build that university. Nyang visis, lang kula kona Malalan primary, ikale ekaya, batsi rondavel ng Afrikaans. Ngeswadi batsi usuku, olu yindi linga, indingiliso, ikaya indingiliso. 1. Iskole uyayaka. Ang sengatjele, le bill ngay pose, minang funi bill. Lapa nina ni buya, lama school governing body. Ningabat kinisan dyan, sanda abo. Ay go buya go bachela wenu funu funzisa so, funzisa ngamlimi lo so. Funaga si Bambi San, si Tsatsa Sandla. Nitsi singan sitan dyan. Niyang visis. Ngugulog funagala ko. Laba tali, laba kluma nga toilet. The big thing about those schools, the standard must not go down, it must go up. Minang lai siya bantuan, alabaning banak grade 12, but siya papasila i-maths, ngbuto uthola mangagi percentage. Uchi 28, uchi 32.
Ngelishwa isikhathi sakho siphelile.
Hey. Okay, is ilimas?
Your time is up. Your time is up.
Yabona.
Yeah.
Nantining tinugutselang to choncha trime selamunya. Nyabonga.
Yeah. Baba. Is it Baba? Translation? You can translate. No. The next one.
Nkazile, I don't support the bill as it is. I will support the bill that strengthens the school governing bodies, where you take hands of them. So I think it should be revised for cooperation. Thank you. My name is Johan Kronia. Kamayami Swating Matala.
Mr. Madala, your time is up. Now I'm going to throw you out. You can come in, sir.
Inhlekani hinkwenu vito ramina na xivongo ndi Heri wa Kamoyo ndi president ya SAPA Mpumalanga. Everything leshi she discussed wakala na leshi nga mihlanganyisa la center ya show I principal ila swi radiator ka kusuka ko hi tiva swihoxo na leswi swi nga swinene hi SASA. Now hila ku vula loko nditwa va vulavula la va kombekisa onge hi loko minister ate ita baza vanhu aya va veka swikolweni va va ti SGB, and which is not right. SGB ina milawu ya yo ko va na swimbirhi swinharhu leswi swi nga faneleke swi lunghisiwa laya ka policies ta SGB, which swi hlawuriwile, swi identifiediwile, and swi ta lunghisiwa, even submissions are made. Now ndila ku vula leswaku hi nga yendli mhaka leswaku hi halata n'wana na mati. Loko yi ri hi ku kuna leswi faneleke swi susiwa hi susa swo ntsena, not everything hi ku a hi swi lavi. BELA bill yi ta hi pfuna hina ti principal, BELA bill yi ta hi pfuna. Se leswi mi swi vonaka swi kalaka swi nga ri kahle hi pfuneni swa kusuka swo, hayi kusuka BELA bill. I'm therefore standing here as the president of principals to say BELA bill will help us, and we support it entirely. I thank you.
Good afternoon.
Second, wait first, they have to interpret.
Afternoon, everyone. My name is Irimoyo, the president of SAPA Mpumalanga, sector principal. The problems is not from the Minister of Education. but the SGB have their policies and everything will be finalized. I think we had to substitute something from the bill, but we'll make sure that will fix everything. So we support the bill because it represents what the principals need. Thank you.
May I greet again? Reverend Professor Ndabambi Sithole, representing the QLTC, Quality Learning and Teaching Campaign, as coordinator and coordinator of the Moral Regeneration Movement activities in Mpumalanga Province. We adopt the bill except for number 8, and we are just saying there should be no means by which liquor may be permitted to enter school premises. Reason being that our schools are so limited and we don't have enough schools. Sometimes if people are under the influence, then they cannot be able to act responsibly. So we say no selling, no permission for entering of liquor in school premises as the Moral Regeneration Movement and the Quality Learning and Teaching Campaign ambassadors in the province. I thank you.
Honourable members of Parliament, thank you for the opportunity to share our thoughts and concerns. I hereby do not support the bill, and specifically I reject section 37 of the BELA bill. Home education looks and should look very different to school education, and it is very specific to each individual child. Home education looks holistically at each child's needs in education and can adapt to suit each child's needs. This cannot happen in a school setting as it is impractical in a large group setting. Because of the specific needs of children, there needs to be a different education option for these children under the law. To regulate a single curriculum will discriminate towards some of the children. The need for homeschooling reduces the pressure on oversized classes and will cater for children who wouldn't flourish otherwise in a class, let alone a large class. It is felt that the department has also done conductive extensive consultations with the homeschooling sector before drafting regulations that does not take the uniqueness of home education into account. I believe what we are looking for is that all children prosper and grow in their specific educational needs. There should be little need to further regulate in home education as we are covered sufficiently in the Children's Act. I just want to finally, in closing, say that I believe that the Bible tells us that our children are a gift from God. Psalm 127 verse 3, and we as parents understand our own kids and their needs better than anyone else in this beautiful planet, and others should not be allowed to overrule the decisions we make for our kids. I thank you very much.
Angibingelele kubahlonishwa ngalangembili. Ngibingelele nesive sonkana. Libito lami ngingKfas ngingRonald ngakamalumane ngibuya Ward 25 has a view zone. Lengimele kona la ngimele tindvu letintsatfu anginawumela lokunengi. Le ngisho kona ukuthi siyayisupporta le bill. Singu ANC wala ekhaya. Sithi ayichubeke kepha babe nokuyobuka letinye tinjwana nje yokuqala indzaba yepolice language umuntu wemdzabu wateka kahle noma identity yakhe, it's being known by his language. So it's very much critical ukuthi lapha etukolweni language yami kumele ukuthi bayati nakule policy ababe nayo. Mase siya endzabeni nje yabo SGB. Nangabe ungabuka KwaZulu Natal, people are dying because of the SGB, because they are being bought. Ukuthi bathole umsebenzi makwenda le recruitment. Umuntu uyawuthola umsebenzi ngale kusasa bamshaya phasi. Ngereason ngiyo leyo. 2, abasho ukuthi bana malini noma mhlambe they've got what we call a self of interest laphayana ekuqashekeni nasekutholeni kwaletinto labo paper budget leba basebenzisayo. Lesandla sabo sikhulu kakhulu. Ngaleyo ndlela ke sungu ANC sithi thina no qhubekani bahlonishwa la kufuna nilungalungise khona indzaba yetshwala esikolweni kubantu babethu. Thank you.
Greetings to the honorable members and to the members of the public. My name is Kefas Ronald Malumane. I am from Ward 25 in the Hezeview zone. I strongly support the bill as a member of the ANC, and I would like to address 3 things. Number 1, the issue of language. As an indigenous people, we strongly believe that our languages should be acknowledged. I would like to make an example with the SGP in KZN, where a lot of people are assassinated because of allegations of bribery. I'd also like to highlight that it seems like members of SGP have got interest in issues of procurement. I would also like to highlight the issue of alcohol within students. Thank you.
Good morning, members of parliament. Good to see you in Mpumalanga. I'm from the ACDP, and I'm here to give a resounding no to the BELA bill, as it will increase schools, mergers and closures, especially in rural areas. We reject clause 27, in particular subsection 4, which strips micro schools of their right to have the MEC provide reasons for the school's closure. This is discrimination of the highest order. In a school, if a school has got 135 or less learners, the DBE wants to deprive them of their right to have reasons to give for the school's closure. Section 10 of the Children's Act says that the children have the right to participate in the decisions that affects them. Children must be allowed to have, to say how getting up at 4 in the morning, traveling by taxi over dangerous roads, or being away from their parents in boarding schools will affect them. In the Western Cape, there is a certain child commissioner who can do this work. The other provinces have no other persons. Where a province is, and a lack of children commissions, independent people, and I stress independent people must do this work. Closing a school kills a community. Educators who work for the SGBs lose their work. Support staff lose their jobs. Small local businesses lose a customer. Children are lost to their community. The elderly lose contact with the young people. As the ACDP, we say a central register of schools' targets for closure must be made public. Proper consultation with communities must take place. Traditional leaders and churches and communities leaders must be consulted. Before any school is closed, a proper social economic impact assessment must be undertaken, and social economic impact assessments that the community does must be considered. The voice of the child must be heard. An appeal process must be added, and the MEC must be given the power to reopen a school once closed. The Western Cape has placed a moratorium on school closures. Until these measurements are in place and BELA bill becomes the law, we call for a moratorium on all school closures nationwide. We beg the committee to put children ahead of tender entrepreneurs once schools close so that they can get the transport contracts. I thank you.
Good day, everybody. My name is Sylvester from the ACDP. We as the ACDP reject the BELA bill. This is a schools abortion bill. This is a comprehensive sexuality education bill. This is a bill that could open the door to force girls to share toilets with boys. This is a bill that could have the DBE teaching children that humans were not created male and female. Many educators are against this and will fight against this. But if this bill passes, they will not have a choice if they want to avoid jail. Already, if they want to keep their jobs, they must teach what the DBE tells them, even if it goes against their beliefs. Now, the minister wants the power to make regulations that punish teachers, parents, and SGB's members who don't implement the regulations with fines and jail sentences of up to 6 months. These regulations could force teachers to refer learners as young as 12 for abortions and all forms of contraception, and compel them to keep this secret from parents. The second part of the clause 41 will give the minister power to punish those who refuse to follow her regulations with fines and jail. DBE will say this is not the minister's intention. We say about the next, what do we say about the next minister? What about if the minister changes her mind? Then will the minister's power to make regulations be taken away? It will not. The road to hell is paved with good intentions. We say if this is not an abortion bill, if this is not a CSE bill, if this is not a gender identity bill, then put what you want to make a law into the bill and don't keep it a secret in regulations. Do not hide the truth from us. Show us in Parliament what they are voting for and who we will be voting in for 2024. We say no to the BELA bill, no to hidden regulations, and no to jail time for believers. We say yes to transparency. Thank you.
Good afternoon to all communities at large, and good afternoon to all Parliament officials or members. It's a bit of a difficult one for me to actually agree or disagree. Reason being, I'm more leaning towards the amendment and section regarding the sports, arts and culture and recreation, or other creative, sorry. The reason why I'm saying that is because as a child, I grew up having no arms, as you can all see. In other words, others, they call it a disability. It is funny how they call it a disability, and yet I'm the one enabling the ones who are so-called able-bodied. Now, sports has offered me a lot of opportunities and platforms, traveling the world, understanding different cultures, and being able to communicate with people out of my own community. Now, it has opened a lot of doors, reason being, I've been able to travel the world, I've been able to communicate with different races on different levels. I've been able to knock on different doors, be it in government or private sectors, and the hands have been opened for me to be able to take part in whatever it is that I wanted to do. I've represented South Africa in sports, I've represented South Africa overseas, mainly because of swimming, because that's the sporting code that I used to do. A lot of people don't understand. As I am and what I do because I can, not because I am forced. A lot of people look up to me because then they think I'm an example to them. They think what I do is motivational. In all honesty, what I do is not a motivation. It's just what I can do. I don't have hands, so the best thing I could use are my feet or my mouth. Now, to others, it seems like that is a motivation. And I don't have a problem with that. A lot of young kids, they look up to me and they say, wow, this guy is such a motivation for us. And some of them want to grow up to be just like me. And don't get me wrong, some of them actually have said, Mom, I would like to cut off my hands and look like Uncle Spoo. And that's actually a motivation to me because it shows that whatever I'm doing with my daily living challenges, it is a great thing and kids actually look up to me. Now, all I'm saying is part of agreeing to the sports and arts and culture and other creatives is that this motivates these young people and also helps with self-esteem. I can't be the only one without arms and having a very high self-esteem and having all these other able-bodied kids having a low self-esteem. I'm not enough to go around and also motivating other kids. So all I'm saying is to add on to that amendment, if possible, can there be a way of having people like myself going to different schools all over South Africa and being able to motivate these young girls and young boys to become better and better than themselves? And I think any child that is motivated is more than willing to be educated. Thank you very much. My name is Sibuso Mohale, and I'm a farmer.
Busiso Mohale, Mr. Busiso, are you supporting or rejecting the bill?
Yeah, it was a difficult one. On that note, I'd say I'm supporting on the sports and yeah.
Thank you. Next.
Honourable Chair and Committee, thank you for allowing us to be part of the 6th Parliament today. My name is Stefan Skuma and I'm a homeschool parent. We support the amending of the Schools Act in ways that improve children's education. However, this amendment we are dealing with was first drafted in 2013, pre-COVID, pre-online content, pre-online school, pre-chat GPT. And I contend that some of the sections are outdated even as it is tabled today. It does not consider current alternative education routes available. I see the aim of my children's education to develop them into whole and healthy members of society that partake in society, in the economy, in building of our country through the skills they possess, develop and hone. I believe that the whole society is built up of whole families and whole persons, and as such I do not support the idea that some of the officials forward that parented children are the wards of the state. In fact, the Children's Act makes provision for parents to make best interest educational decisions for their children. Some of the BELA amendments seem instead to disempower communities, society and parents. I reject clause 37 that deals with home education and recommend that a specific regulatory framework dealing with home education be tabled after proper research has been done. Clause 37 does not make provision for alternative forms of education available today, such as online schooling, cottage schools, learning hubs, co-ops, and all manner of hybrids of the above. It does not make provision for differing tempos of getting to grips with various subjects, differing learning styles. I have a kinesthetic child learning better on the trampoline. It doesn't make provision for differing abilities and differing learning sites. We often travel for work. This is taking us out of our primary home and to different learning sites. Definition of competent assessors is not sufficient. School teachers already work at full capacity, and at cost at what time will they assess homeschool children? They are skilled to assess institutionalized school. I know whether my child has mastered a skill or a concept. For home-educated children, at least include the parent in the definition, as well as educational psychologists and occupational therapists. Subsection 4 refers to the best interest of the child, but this is not defined at all. Subsection 16 gives the minister blanket power to make ad hoc regulatory amendments. This is not acceptable. I close. Some of the concerns that have been raised are the capacity of departmental officials. We recommend that notification of intent to home educate rather than application for registration. The well-being of the child. I believe that the Children's Act make provision for contingency monitoring where required. Kia leboga, Nyabonga.
Thank you. Next.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Thank you for everybody who's here today. It's good to see that there are so many parents that are interested in the education of their children. My name is Councillor Freddie Robertson. I'm from the Freedom Front Plus in the city of Mbombela municipality. And I always find it a bit worrisome. We open our settings in prayer. We ask God to bless our settings. But do we ask God what He wants when it comes to teaching our children? Do we ask him what he wants, what rules must be passed, what must we educate our children? It seems to me that we continue to take God out of the picture, including now wanting to take some of the parents out of the picture when it comes to the educating of their own children. Did we ask what God wants? When did we start putting God first and asking Him to bless what we are trying to do here? I want to ask every parent here today, it's good to see all of you here. And it's good that this panel is asking us as parents, what do we want for our children? But what I want is for God to be put first. Let's stop putting other agendas above anything else. It seems we are moving further and further away, and our society is deteriorating, and we don't know why. Why are we surprised? I'm against this bill. I do not approve this bill because it takes control from parents away. Don't exclude parents from the education of their own children. It doesn't work that way. Thank you.
Greetings to honorable members and greetings to you, Madam Chairperson. I'm Pastor Neva Ntane. I am from SAPA. SAPA means South African Principals Association. I'm the General Secretary for the principals in Mpumalanga. I'm here, Chairperson, to support the bill, noting that it has a lot of advantages in terms of assisting us as principals to run schools so that we are able to achieve the vision of building an African child. The bill will assist in terms of making sure that all those learners that we have currently in schools that are in grade R, it will be now a compulsory for them to be in a system of education. Currently, as principals, we are just voluntarily of managing them. As much as you manage them, you are not paid for that. As much as you manage them, they don't give you a right for you to get a promotional post. So once this bill is passed, it means these learners will qualify us to have extra HODs, to have extra deputy principals in terms of promotional post. We're therefore saying it will further assist us in terms of administering the issue of admission and policy in terms of language. Imagine, I'm a Tsonga speaking person. Imagine if I was learning maths, life sciences, physical sciences in Xitsonga. How far could we have been achieving as African children? Like the English speaking. You see, whatever they do it with their mother tongue. So that will address us so that we are able to be equal with every person. We are also saying, Madam Chair, the issue of submitting financial statements on quarterly basis is fine, but we also request that schools are empowered with financial administrators, noting that principals are there for curriculum monitoring and management. We are not there as financial managers. So if we can have financial managers, people who are dealing with issues of finance, even monthly we can report. We don't have a problem in terms of that. We are also saying, let's close a door to allow alcohol in schools, because that will give us a problem, especially with African children. That will assist us in terms of bringing good morals and character building in our schools. I thank you, Madam Chairperson.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Rusifa Bude. I'm the chairperson of Ward 18 here in Mpumalanga, and also a member of the constituency in Mbombela and a member of council, provincial council. My reason here is straightforward. Number one, SDA, we do not support the bill. One of the reasons are that it takes away the language policy. It takes the power away of the language policy from the SGB to the department in the province. It also takes away the power of the admission policy of the SGB to the department to decide. Apart from that, when we read the bill, I've noticed that from the submitted written comments, almost 18,000 written comments were submitted and 89% of them disagree with the bill, which you are one of the people who disagree with the bill.
Can you leave that is not correct? Can you continue with your input?
No
That
problem.
is not correct.
Noted.
Yes, thank you.
There are other things that have been left out in the bill. For instance, when it comes to the abuse of children at school, social harassment, is there any enforcement that is put on the bill? What will happen to the culprits? What is going to happen to the victims? We have TGM, we have TGW. Those children, they start to feel the transition, some of them at the primary level, some of them at high schools. Those children, they found themselves no longer wanting to go to school or they want to commit suicide because they feel not welcome. What is a mechanism is there that the bill is going to put for their security? Also, when you look at the issue of the infrastructure at school, we don't have proper labs. We don't have libraries. We don't have infrastructure where children can able to go and learn how IT and stuff like that. They have to go and outsource that while other places is covered. We are having drops out. Those children, they drop out of school. No one is caring for them. If the child is dropping out of school, what's going to happen? We as parents, we end up going out to look for extra people, for extra classes for our children to teach them because we are having lectures that are not well qualified to teach a certain language, a certain subject, but they are busy teaching those. Those are the things that we need to address in the bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm going to take hands this side. Right there at the back with the white spotty. Mama with the glasses, yes. Yeah, you, yes. And the guy after, behind you, 1, 2, yes. The lady in the middle. And you behind. I noted you on the first round. Didn't you speak? Okay, you can come. Yes, you can come. And the guy with the spotty, the red and the color spot, yes, yes. You? How many do you have? Only one. The one that is standing? Well done. Okay, we'll come for the next round. When you come on the next round, we'll start with you. Hutua Sporty, can you start?
Sanbonani, ligama ngibanele Nkosi, ngi-chairperson ye-DA eY13 eMatsulu A. So, kwekuqala lengifuna kusho ukuthi mina angisupporti kakhulu le bill angisupporti ngoba angeke ukwadi kuthatha ama decision for bantwana ushiye badali ngaphandle. And angeke ukwadi kukhona kumanager noma kubagadza abantwana or kubanakekela abadali bangaphandle. So noma kunentuthuko noma umuntu angaphumelela noma umuntu angaya phambili empilweni akwendeki ashiya umntali wakhe emuva. So into lebalekile kuze kuthi sichubekele phambili noma sithi siya improve tinto singaba exclude ebatali SGB ayichubeke ibe khona because ngiyole supportako you know ukuthi makune ma camps lesinye isikhathi iSGB kakhulu ngiyo lespenda isikhathi sayo ngiyakhumbula last year eMatsulu esithokotile bebakhona ba supporta bagadza abantwana and bebangaholi lutho so lokhombisa ukuthi banelithando for labantwana and bayathi nale community kakhulu say understand indzaba kubalwa kakhulu chwala nani but lokunye kwakhona lokwendekalako ngokuthi SGB ayinikwa lamandla lokufanele ibe nayo ukuthi khona ukusupporta skolo ngoba SGB ivikela kakhulu batali naso skolo kakhulu so angisupport kakhulu lekuthi SGB ingakhethwa ngilomnye umuntu langasi even a parent yalabantwana so ngibona ukuthi kakhulu akuchubeke iSGB and SGB ikhethwe batali ngiyabonga.
Translation.
Good afternoon.
Sorry, I can't see my notes. I apologize for that. Good afternoon. My name is Banele Nkosi. I'm the chairperson of the DA in Ward 13, Matsulu. I would like to start off by saying that I do not support the bill. The reason I don't support the bill is because how can you make decisions regarding children and yet leave out the parents? How can you also exclude parents from the lives of their children at school, what happens to them at school? That is why the SGB is very important, and that is why I would like to see the SGB continuing doing its work. For instance, the SGB is very supportive towards school activities, like camps, for instance. I remember some time back at Sitogotile High School, where we made use, SGB members who voluntarily came in to assist without being paid. They do this because they love the schools and they love the children. And SGBs protect the school and they protect the children. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Mama.
Thanza kubingelela labahleli phambili emini yanzambama ngibingelele nayo wonke umuntu lokhona endlini. Ligama lami ngingujester ngilindiwe ngwakamlimi. Ngithanza kusupporta lenzaba yokuthi ama SGBs akangashintshwa akhethwe ngilabanye abantu labangawati. But la inzaba yami igcile khona kakhulu ngilapha ku page 9 la kukhuluma khona ngeadmission ebantwana. Kuthi any learner or parents of learners who has been refused admission to a public school may appeal against the decision to the member of the executive council. Yaqhubeka kushona le. So lobe ngifisa ukwathi ukuthi etikolweni tikolo tine maklasi mhlawumbe ayi10
batali banengi kuleyo ndzawo baletha abantu bababo bathi kutofundza kuthiwa principal or i-SGB mayinga alisi mfana ukuthi afundze bantwana sebagcwele uma ungena emaklasini balapha phambili tishera soyatimanya wenda nje nakahamba kufanele kube sekwende kanjani kuleyo ndzawo kungumbuto lokho ukuthi ngikuphi la kufanele kugcine khona ngiyiphi inamba lekufanele isikolo sisho ngayo ukuthi bantwana sebagcwele uma kuthiwa bangajikiswa ngoba kugcina abotishera sebane depression bantwana bagcwele uma ungaya lapha bokiyat ma members lamanengi ma client ngilabo tishera ngilogcwala kwabantwana emaklasini awukhoni kumark ngala kunemsebenzi leminingi lekufanele uyende kufanele kube nema workbook kunema class work kunema task kuna everything teacher una 70 webantwana bathi mfana awumjikisi esikolweni principal solo uyathatha ene principal uyaye emaklasini akafundzisi ufika abuke njalo wena ubhizi nguwe lo beso ngathi sowugulwa ingqondo sesiyacela ukuthi nisitshintshele la nikubeke ngalenye indlela sathi ningakubeka kanjani ngiyavumelana nalomthetho but la lokuthi iadmission umntwana akangajikiswa kufanele emntali nabamjikisa baye kommangalela kumbe baye kobika somewhere ngiko lokho singathi sikhona sikhona kutiko letemfundo lesingathi kuyasilimata kakhulu la etikolweni botishera abasakhona kwenda umsebenzi wabo ngalokufanele sewuya ku school B lesinye isikolo mhlambe lesinalenye elibala uthola ukuthi kunebantwana labang10 eklasini labanye babajikisile sengiloku lesifuna kwathi ukuthi kithi ma public school why kungajikiswa na
3 minutes yakho iphelile
okay
uyalixhasa kodwa ulixhasa ibill
ngiyayikhatha ngithi ngishite ekucaleni ukuthi ngiyavumelana nayo mara akube nelutshintsho labasitshele ukuthi kufanele sende njani nas admit
translation.
My name is Chestalindiwe Mlimi. I would like to greet the House. I support the matter of the SGBs in that it is not practical that they should be unknown persons. What I'd like to know, though, from the department is the issue of overcrowding. The SGB isn't allowed to turn back students. What should be then the maximum number of admitted students in a school? We are facing a huge challenge around mental health, or the mental health of teachers. Teachers are overburdened and overworked, and all the principal does is to come and monitor and expect teachers to perform at their best. I agree with the bill, and I have issues though, in that there should be some revision in the manner in which it is presented. The department is placing a lot of pressure on teachers. Thank you.
It's fine. Good afternoon. My name is Pastor Mbali Ngosi Akansiaba. I'm a member of the ACDP. I'm a resident of White River. We, the ACDP, rejected the BELA bill, in particular Clause 41, that amends Section 61 of the South African Schools Act. This bill allows the minister to make regulations concerning learner pregnancy. Normally, the minister will make those regulations in terms of policy. The DBE's policy on the prevention and management of learner pregnancy states that its purpose is to provide access to abortion to learners as young as age 12. This can be done secretly. This can be done without parents or guardians knowing. This can be done without the consent of parents and even against the wishes of parents. The DBEs may claim that this is not how they will use these regulations. I have then 3 questions for the spokespeople of the DBE. Question 1 is, does the policy on the prevention and management of learner pregnancy in schools not state on page 18 that the objectives are to provide SRH services, including access to effective contraceptives, technologies in association with social sector partners to enable learners to make informed choices, avoid unintended pregnancies, or the necessary or to obtain objections. Question 2, does the Children's Act not allow children as young as 12 to obtain what is called medical treatment without including medical treatment that includes abortion without parents' consent? Question 3, if your regulation on learner pregnancy are not going to be based on your policy on learner pregnancy, what are they going to be based on then? Therefore, we call this and will continue to call it a school abortions bill unless and until you publish the draft regulations or you say what is written in these regulations. 3, include people of faith from all groups in the task teams written in the regulations, put into the bill the clauses relating to the learner pregnancy so that we all know what is going on in this bill. Exclude from the bill any regulations and reference to abortion, termination of pregnancy, and contraception. And by the way, every child is a blessing from the Lord and deserves to live.
Honourable Madam Chair, my name is David Gear. I'm an education consultant. I've worked right across South Africa and in the Mpumalanga context, Penreach, and more recently for Free Choice Learning Centre. I'm partially supporting the bill, the technical kind of stuff, but I propose that a clause should be added to SASA via the BELA bill that, number 1, recognizes the value of home and cottage schools, enabling them to register without opposition, and number 2, mandates the subsidizing of home and cottage schooling for under-resourced families. Why should rural learners be subjected to an inferior education to urban learners? As a director of Penreach, I have worked in or visited hundreds of rural schools across South Africa, and I despair at the conditions in many of these schools, from pit toilets to crowded classrooms and inadequate psychological support to poor internet access. Many Q1, 2, and 3 rural schools are severely disadvantaged compared to their urban counterparts. However, these are well-known issues and not what I want to talk to specifically. I look around the room and I see many learners, parents, teachers, and community leaders. I ask you, what happens to the rural Q1, 2, and 3 children who are not diagnosed as special needs but may have some issues? The children who are dyslexic, hyperactive, suffer from anxiety syndrome, or are high-functioning autistic? What happens to the child who suffers from dyscalculia but is otherwise quite capable? The answer is that they are bullied by their peers and they are sidelined by teachers who have got far too much on their plate. SASA has failed the estimated 2 million learners who fall into the special needs gap. For many of these learners, traditional school is a living hell. They are capable and willing to learn, but attending a traditional school is not in their best interests. Small classes, individualized curricula, and safety from bullying and loss of dignity are in their best interest. Failure to properly educate these children is to condemn them to a life of unemployment or at best menial labor. Rural parents do not have the resources to manage these learners. The BELA bill seeks to restrict homeschooling and does not even recognize the existence of cottage schools as a separate class of schools. Homeschooling in all districts from Q1 to 5 should be encouraged, and homeschoolers and cottage schools should be eligible to receive state subsidies in line with the cost to government of educating a learner in a public school. To not provide such funding is to leave a huge gap between those formally diagnosed as special needs and those for whom mainstream is appropriate. For children in this gap, the choice should be that of parents, not government. To provide such funding will mean that home and cottage schooling will become...
Unfortunately, your 3 minutes is up.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Before the next speaker comes, there is a compressor starlet KNM 873 Mpumalanga and the C200 HTX 522 Mpumalanga that are blocking the way. May the owners of these cars go and park in a very correct way. Thank you. You can continue.
Thank you very much. Greetings. My name is Pumelele Mukwena, branch secretary of the ANC in Ward 21, where we are. Firstly, I'd like to indicate that I agree with the bill fully, particularly because the bill seeks to assist us on the issue of admission, where we see happening in particularly urban areas where when we go and apply for our children to get admission, the SGBs would then have a final say. So we're saying that we must have some sort of recourse that we will get an assistance should we be denied access for whatever reason. Also, it will assist us on the question of language policy, as we believe that our cultural languages or all our official languages as a people in the country must be preserved, and as well as our diversity. So particularly in the urban areas again, where you find that SGPs, if they should have a final say around the issues of language policy, it disadvantages us African people, where we believe that when we move towards the urban areas as well, in the schools that we take our children, they must also be taught in our languages, or they should have an option to choose the language of their choice. Thirdly, it's on the question of homeschooling. I think that the bill is correct in restricting the question of homeschooling, because this type of thing undermines the education system of our country, or it casts some sort of doubt to the education system, as if it does not have a value in it, or in whatever form. So the education system of our country, we believe that it does instill values in our learners. So therefore, we have full confidence in the education system of our country. We must we should restrict this idea of homeschooling. On the fourth aspect is on the question of alcohol. I think that it is necessary that alcohol must never be permitted for whatever reason in our schools. Whether there is an event outside school hours or whatsoever, alcohol must never be permitted in our schools, whether it's for fundraising purposes, because it instills a bad type of thing in terms into our learners. So I fully agree with the bill. Thank you very much.
Hello, good afternoon, members of Parliament, and thank you for this opportunity. My name is Hes Radley. I'm from the SGB chairperson of Laerskool Malalaan, and I'm also the, what do you call me, Peter? The national member of FETSA. Sorry, I'm representing Mpumalanga at on the FEDSAS board. We are partially disagreeing with the BELA bill for the following reasons. The SPG's power concerning admissions policies, that's the infringing for us. The SGB powers concerning language policy, and then the SPG's power concerning procurements, and then also the financial, the making available the financial background of all the members that want to participate in the SGB. We think that that's just going to discourage people from getting involved. So from the admissions policy, the right of responsibility to determine the admissions policy of the school must lie with the SGB. The proposed amendments in Section 4D of the BELA Amendment Section 5.5 of the SASA undermines the constitutional principles of cooperative partnership. We believe that this the state's involvement should be the minimum requirement where admissions are required. Where capacity is determined, there's now something screaming back. Capacity is determined, the building regulations should be, the building regulations, I'm actually an architect of profession, a professional architect, and building regulations already determines how many children there should be in a classroom. And for us, it's very concerning if you put 60 children in one classroom just because there's no more schools. We rather must focus on new schools, and having that much children in a classroom, really, there's no learning opportunity. It's unsafe, it's unhealthy. Can you imagine if a fire breaks out in a classroom with 60 children in it? It's really, it's not good at all. Then the language policy. The proposed Section 5C of the BELA aims to amend Section 6 of SASA. This will limit the SPG's power to determine the school's language policy. This amendment conflicts with the SGB's vested power to determine the school's language policy and is in conflict with Section 29(2) of the Constitution of South Africa. There will be a due centralization of power to the advantage of the Department of Education that will adversely affect the ability of a school to function accordingly to the needs of the direct community. We also believe in a mother tongue education. It's so important for every child, if they really want to learn, it's the best to learn in their mother tongue. So we strongly stand for that, and we are very afraid that that's not going to be possible if Parliament just takes power of that. And then just lastly, the infringement of the SPG's power concerning procurement. The proposed Section 21(3)(a) of the BELA wants to amend Section 21 of the SASA, which enables the HOD to centrally procure...
Your time is up. Thank you
you
so much. Next.
Hello? Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the opportunity to speak at this event. I am the Secretary of the DA constituency in Mbombela. My name is Kleinste Janse van Rensburg. Madam Chair, I'm looking at the BELA bill and the amendments proposed in it in relation to this, the Constitution of South Africa, and I find the bill wanting. Therefore, I object to it because in terms of Chapter 2 of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, which is known as the Bill of Rights, the state must respect, protect, promote, and fulfill the rights of people. The question is, are these amendments doing it? And I find my answer is no. I find it wanting in terms of removing the powers of SGBs to decide on language and admissions to the schools and taking it into the department and into government, which is going against the Constitution. Then the BELA bill leaves the only avenue for appeal of SGBs against policies that are formulated which are damaging and unfair to the heads of the education departments Who formulated those policies? Why not an independent body? Parents in communities know the needs of their schools much better than government officials or politicians. Parents are on the ground, in communities, and the latter are not. Yet, the powers are taken away from the communities and centralized in government. The BELA bill gives decision-making powers to the minister, where it should be with the school governing body regarding the number of members at the school governing body and dissolving the decision to dissolve the school governing body or not. The homeschooling sector, which should be supported and which should be extended, considering the situation of the infrastructure at our schools, should be expanded and not taken into the government sector. And the same principle should be applied in blended learning. People should be allowed to privatize education where and when they need to do so. The BELA bill, therefore, ignores the real issues at schools. For example,
Your time is up, Ma. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Sanibonani, igama lami ngingu-Violet Methula, ngiyimember yeSAPA. Mina ngiyayisupport iBELA bill. Ngithemba ukuthi ingaletha ama-changes uma ingabambisana nebatali. Ngiyabonga.
I greet everybody. My name is Violet Masule. I am a member of SAPA. I would like to voice my support for the BELA bill. Thank you.
Sanibonani. Gama lami ngimnomzamo Sibongo wakagwebu. Ngiyichairperson ye-Gawa 2 DA. Angiyisupport ibill ngoba I find it unfair ukuthi people who are not in the kids' everyday life bakhone kubathathela ama-decision la so I find it unfair ukuthi bangakhona kukwati ukuthi babone ama-needs ebantwana lebanawo everyday nema-problems labahlangana nawo everyday, so I find it unfair. Ngifuna ukuthi la ngihlala khona kunesikolo imayibuye ne lesikole lethi sibe nema-challenges kakhulu ngemandi, so ma-members e-SGB la suka khona ku-community ngiwo lawa khona ukuthi abone indlela abantwana labasafarisha ngayo, because at the end of the day bantwana kumele baphume early esikolweni abasakhoni kufunza ngendlela lekumele bafunze ngayo, so bakumele baphume early babona ma-members e-SGB ukuthi no iyaba affecta labantwana ngendlela le-serious, bahlala phansi baphuma ne-solution yokuthi bende ma-boreholes, of which manje isikolo siyachubeka ngendlela lekumele sichubeke ngayo ngendzaba yema-SGB members from the community. Ngiyabonga, ngiyisupport ibill.
Translation.
My name is Nomzamo Kwebu. I am the chairperson from Ward 2. I don't support the bill. I find it very unfair that people who do not have a daily interaction with the kids should have such power in decision making. Where I come from in Maibuye, we had a huge challenge with water. And the community came together working with the SGB and ensured that they addressed the issue of the water, because the scarcity of water was leading to the schools being discharged early. I strongly do not support the bill. Thank you.
Sanibonani, igama lami ngimChris Manzini, branch secretary wase-Ward 20 ANC. Ngisukuma namuhla kusupporta le bill, especially la ikhuluma khona ngema-powers ema-SGB. Ma-SGB ane-right yokukhetha ukuthi ngimuphi umntwana longafuneka angene esikolweni. For example, mawuya etikolweni tebelungu edrobheni, i-SGB khona kusho ukuthi umntwana lo asim-accept la esikolweni imnikete onke ama-powers. Ngicabanga ukuthi ku-right ukuthi iniketwe minister ukuthi akhone kurana ngayo. Number 2, i-SGB irana i-governor skolo ukuthi kuyendakalani esikolweni. So kubalulekile ukuthi bantu ba-declare ukuthi banani bayendani because basuka lapho bona bathathe itindo tasesikolweni because kunema opportunities la khona. Umuntu lo njalo uyasuka yena afake itindo takhe laphaya ukuthi akhone kurana ama-business. Ngicabanga ukuthi kubalulekile ukuthi lokho kuye ku-minister ukuthi kube nguye la kuranako. Number 2, i-issue ye-language. Ngifuna ukuthi ngiyisupport le bill ukuthi kube khona ukuthi kungabi SGB leyiniketa ileba nema-powers okukhetha ukuthi ngiphi language lekufuneka siyisebenzise because bantwana bethu laba ama-Africans thina sibatali labamnyama sisusa abantwana bethu emalokishini sithi bofunza edrobheni sithi ngobe sifuna le better education but kutholakala ukuthi umntwana kunala khona angakhoni kufunza khona angakhoni kubamba khona i-English and what because masithi thina i-South Africa yawo wonke umuntu lohlala kuyo kufuneka ukuthi wonke umntwana la Africa khona la afuna kufunza khona afune kufunza nge-certain language la afuna kufunza ngayo bam-accept ngalokho. Ngiyabonga.
Translation.
My name is Chris Manzini. I'm an ANC chairperson in a ward. I would like to talk specifically about the powers of the SGB. I don't think that it is correct that the SGB should have so much power to make the sort of decisions in the running of a school. I think that a minister is better placed to have those powers. Secondly, with regard to the issue of language, I think that it should be the minister who actually make that decision, because you can't leave that at the hands of the SGB. For instance, we say that South Africa is a free country and everyone has equal rights. However, when we take our children and we register them in urban schools, because we are convinced that that is where better education is, you find that our children will then get stuck because they will struggle with the language that is being used at that school, a language that has been decided by an SGB. So the whole notion of equality and freedom that becomes null and void. Thirdly, the issue of financial interest, of conflict of, there's a financial interest that members of the SGB should declare their financial interest. I think this is very important and essential because if this is not handled properly, there are a lot of opportunities that might be abused. People might take advantage in order to enrich themselves. So I think that it is important that this particular provision is put in place so that we can have a better handle on the financial interest of members of the SGB. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm going to take 10 hands on this side. I will start with you, sir, in front. The lady with the black top, yes, number 2. The gentleman with the red and black, yes, with a cap, number 3. The lady with the delela, yes, you. You come in, ma? Yes. School kids there at the back. 2 of you. And you, sir? Are they enough? Okay. You can start. No. Hello? That one was number 1. Number 1. Number 1. Sir? Hello? Can you listen to me? I'm the one who's chairing. He was the first one. Yes. And then he was the third one. This one, number 3. No, I did not point at you. Not at all. Security cap, never. I pointed at the guy with the red and black, with a cap, yes. Security, you'll get your chance in the next round. Sir, number 1, can you please come?
Good day, honorable members. My name is A. Molele from the Congress of South African School Governing Bodies. We are representing the SGBs across South Africa, across the provinces. Yeah, but I want to outline some of the things in here and make it clear to all of us in here. I think we are politicizing this bill more than the way we should articulate it. And then when we politicize it, it is not going to be about our children. It is going to be our race. Because I can tell you, to white people, there will always remain solidarity. They will always keep their momentum going. They will never deviate from their stance. They will always come and say, we don't support the bill. They don't do anything with DA or NC or EFF. But you, black people, you forget something. That you'll never be friends to white people. And you come here being divided. Some of the children here from War School, they've been brainwashed. You can hear when they come here. They will say, I don't support the bill. You know what? That's what they've been taught in War School. Section 6. Section 6. It says the HOD must make sure when considering the language policy around the community or around the district, which language is dominating. If I can tell you now that which language is dominating around here, it's a black African language. But white are dominating. White language is dominating. Because of what? We always see ourselves at the back of the queue. We don't think we black people, we can make it. We always undermine our education system. And white people, they will always emerge victorious, even if they are a minority in our midst. Black people wake up and smell the coffee. This is not about the race, about being partisan. It's about race, being white and black. That is why we are still having white schools. If I can ask questions, one question, that how many were schools?
Your time is up.
Thank you.
Do you support or reject the bill?
Unambiguously support the bill.
Next.
Honourable Chairperson, members of the panel and all present, my name is Sanette Westhuizen. I think the COVID pandemic turned the world upside down in many ways. And when learners could finally go back to school, our family had a very big decision to make. Our son was in a grade R school and our 3-year-old daughter attended a play school for 2 days of the week. My parents-in-law played an active part in our children's upbringing, but they were well over 70. Furthermore, my dad-in-law was diagnosed with cancer and frail at the time. If the children went back to school and still had contact with them, it would jeopardize their health. And so this created the catalyst for me to realize a dream I had from the moment I learned about home education during my own education studies. Our family decided to become homeschoolers and keep our close relationship with our parents. I have a 4-year BPromEd intermediate phase degree, a 1-year learners with special educational needs remedial diploma, a 2-year part-time honors degree in education. I worked as a remedial educator in the previously disadvantaged area of Boysons Park, Gqeberha for 5 years and was a lecturer at Nelson Mandela Metropolitan University in the education department for 8 years, helping to train teachers. Additionally, I was a baby gym instructor for 3 years who specialized in the neurodevelopment of babies as the basis of successful learning. So why am I giving you my resume? Because I think my education qualifications and experience sometimes count against me when I homeschool. Why? It causes me to sometimes try to do school at home. I want to report today to you in my experience, school and homeschool are dissimilar in meaningful ways. Most of us know what school is like. The nature and character of homeschool is different in so many aspects. Homeschool is one-on-one. It is flexible. It saves time, gives me the opportunity to focus on my child's talents and to tailor education according to each of my children's diverse needs. Best of all, I get to spend time with my children, to do life with them, to get to know them and bond with them. I have tried doing school at home using CAPS curriculums and it just does not work. The best analogy I can give to you, ladies and gentlemen, is to compare it to the way that my daughter, who is left-handed, cannot cut a piece of paper with a regular scissors. The tool was not designed for her and it cannot work for her. She needs a left-handed scissors. In the same way, CAPS was designed for school and not for homeschool. I partially reject the BELA bill and specifically clause 37. I propose that much more research needs to be done around the topic and the scope of homeschooling, and regulations need to be provided in separate legislation to reflect the realities of the education sector. So, honourable members of the panel, I thank you, and all the representatives here, I thank you for your hard work that you've put into the BELA bill this far, but I must implore you that more work needs to be done, and I thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Cala kubingelela indlu, gama lami nguMbongeni wakamvula, an SACP DEC member. Hlala la eMsholozi, nearer to White River. Let me start by saying I support the bill and then raise these few things. Let me start with the homeschooling. I have issues with it. It broadens the issue of racial lines. The racial separation, the struggle that we are faced with in South Africa, it broadens it. It takes out, it's a special type of apartheid system, so therefore I do not support it. If by any chance it gets majority support, let it be regulated by government. The issue of language, I have a serious problem with it. For me, we have not moved as a country on the issue of language. We have 11 official languages, but we still regard 2 special languages. As I speak to you, I'm speaking in English, and of which it's one language that most of us think it's accessible, or it's let me not waste time on it, but my submission will be that as we consider our special geographical nature, we should also consider that in doing question papers. I've just finished my degree. What I've noted, all our question papers are still written in English and Afrikaans. So to me, it says we're talking this issue of 11 official languages, but in practicality, we're still in the apartheid era. The issue of financial declaration to SGPs, I support it. We are talking about people who are running school finances. Therefore, as much as they are not employed by government, they have that responsibility to run a government budget. Therefore, they must declare. As much as it's voluntary, we must also do it voluntarily. Again, we don't have anything to hide. So, comrade, I don't think it's a challenge or it's declare. School admission. The issue of school admission is a problem. I strongly feel good we must extend the powers, not only be minimal to SGPs. I want to make an example with 2 schools, one in town, one in a location. You go to town, when you get into a class, there are 32, they are full. You go to Kanyamazane, there are 48. The principal is told to make some plans. Now, it says, if we were to have a departmental responsibility, we'll be able to say, but there's no fair treatment to all these schools. And second to that is that let's have a minimal requirement for our SGPs. We're talking about people who are running schools. Schools in Zawalapos expertos ban. But in most instances, in our rural areas, you find umajuba urana school una standard 2. Is expected to be a treasurer.
Your time is up. Thank you.
Sanbonan, Kamalam Polisi, Sbonga Ngunyane. I'm the chairperson of the Youth League Live with 21. And Suguma to support the BELA bill, Kakulu, the dissolving of government bodies. Because la petikolo is a teacher in terms of education, the ballet, Kakun, and Angela would say, Akune, Gube playing ground. The last speaker, so Kazi, the Chola Mundo Longana education, but also school in Urana school. Say the issue for today concerning the administration. The SGP mean I'm not employed by the government, but involved in decision making a government. Chola would say government itilo etukoloin akfuning general drugs and substances etukoloin. Axi role SGP the funa ilan no yakpi saglo. Because it's in our departments of social development, working with other stakeholders, such as Bosanka, Agabuye Lama departments, are visible at Kulin. At least scholars, it's told now social work around the Boali Tindutine, it's Fesananat, as Sibandoana, the schooling. The issue of safety at school, since in the government, you are working with departments of police. Agube in my training, but trained to be deployed in that way. So, corner would create a much of opportunities. If we are putting then the sports, this time around, Sabonoti government is cool with our creation, my talent age, my innovation ideas to let's now introduce a school in base, sports and recreation. Those 7 days. kakhulu. Se lenye into ngifuna kuyicela ukuthi singayinaki vele lento ye homeschooling must be cancelled. In South Africa, we are still promoting social cohesion. So we cannot achieve social cohesion while other group is isolated, lenye group, due to financial background. Because the only thing they mean as a black child, ngihlala la lokishini ukuthi ngithole le homeschooling. Tofuna ama laptop, funeka tonke letindo leto, data, internet, and the thing vele sibani labamnyama asinayo economy solo ihleti kulabantu labathi bona bafuna homeschooling. So ngiyabonga.
Translation.
My name is Ole Singwenyane. I'm the chairperson of the Youth League in Ward 21. I am here to discuss a few issues. Let me start with the SGP issue. When it comes to education, primarily I will really appreciate if the minister or perhaps the government takes a full responsibility when it comes to administration on how things should be run. And also when it comes to administration, let me emphasize that the SGP doesn't really have all the information in terms of how they're going to deal with issues such as drugs and other matters that really are bothering our children at school. We used to have this social development department that was working with SANCA, and that has helped us a lot to deal or keep the issue of the drugs in school. Also, I would like also to touch on the issue of social worker. Social workers used to be with us, or their presence were helping a lot in order to deal with some of these issues that are bothering our school. Let me continue also to speak about the issue of the crime and other things. We like to work with SAPs. They really help us a lot, and that gives also job opportunities to people or residents in the area. I want to touch also on the issue of sports, recreation, and also innovations. This really will help us to come up with ideas and be creative in order to be able also to participate in such spheres. When it comes to homeschooling, I do not really support homeschooling. Why? Because we are about the social cohesion. How do you promote social cohesion when you do not have all races together in the same school? Because, for instance, myself, I will be disadvantaged because I do not have money. Why? I won't be able to afford a laptop. I won't be able to afford data. It means the whole of the economy is still on the hands of the white people. I do support the bill, though. Thank you.
Sanibonani. Ngothemba ngakankosi uchairperson we-SGB eMjindini Secondary School, ngiphinde ngibe uchairperson we-Ward 42 ku-ANC. Nge-experience sengibe nayo ku-SGB, I think I support the bill. Because ukuthatha isikhathi uku-understand nokujela into what is happening in schools. So while usabhizi uzobhayize mislead i-system yesikole because when you want to solve problems ngale ndlela onayo. And another thing, and uma ni decide as parents in the meeting of the SGP, the parents will actually bazon influence to take a certain decision which is not in line with education. So that is why I'm saying somewhere in fact I support the bill. But ngiyisupporta injalo ngicela ukuthi kunezinto that need SGP us as parents ukuthi sizilungise. Because now if we are actually akufuneka sigxamalaze kufanele ukuthi some of us, the department deals with the issues of education. We deal with the issues that our parents and school. We still have a lot of msebenzi to make sure that abazali attend meetings to begin with. They attend issues abantwana babe ekoleni. Let us focus kuma issues that the parents to school. The department must deal with whatever happening in departments. In that case, we will be able to solve whatever problems they face na bantwana bethu esikoleni. I thank you.
Thank you. Next. Oh, sorry, translation.
My name is Temba Nkosi. I'm a chairperson of SGP. I would like to say that I do support this bill. Based on my experience working as a GSB member or chairperson, I have seen how capable and efficient the SGB can be in the school environment. It is very important that the SGB work with parents in terms of attending or to the issues that pertain to schools. However, it is also important to be careful because sometimes parents can come up with ideas which might not necessarily be workable or ideas that might work in conflict with education. So you need to be careful when it comes to that. However, it is important that both parents and the SGB manage activities at school and let the minister attend to the administration of education. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Ya ngiyabonga mgcini sihlalo. Magama ami ngimphazamisa Abraham. Ngicela ufake lo Abraham kuma brackets. Mathe sibonga. Phazamisa Abraham Mathe. Ngicela ukufake kuma brackets lokho. Kusho ukuthini lokho lokuka Abraham lokula phakathi. Ngizokuchaza ngokuya phambili. Program director ngifuna kusho ukuthi ngililunga le-African National Congress ngiphinze ngibe lilunga le-South African Communist Party. Ngihlala la eHlanzeni region, ngihlala esigodini saseNyongani ngaphansi kwa Chief Mdluli. Program director kunedvule timbara leti ngifuna ukuthi chaza la. Ngifuna kusho ukuthi singebantu bala eSouth Africa. Ikakhulukazi mina uma ngitalwa ngicala kufunza. Bengithanza lokho sekubitwa ngosiwa ihistory. Lokungeke kuphume engqondweni yami nanamuhla ngiloko ukuthi the arrival of Jan van Riebeeck in 1652 mhla ka6 April abuya eNetherlands ahamba ngedromedaries ngereiger ngehude wopa eKapa. Wahlala la engqondweni yami la. Kodwa kuthi Shaka Zulu bukhosi bakaMdluli, bukhosi bakaSengwayo, bukhosi bakaMathe kuhamba njani? Angikwazi lokho ngikhuluma ngetemasiko nemihambo lokho sekubitwa ngosiwa iculture and tradition singebantu labamnyama. Ngikusho lokho ngoba uma uthi uyabuka namhla bonke labantu labe bakhuluma la. Leningi labo bebakhuluma isilungu ngifuna ukuchamba ukukhuluma ngalendzaba ye-language police. Bantu labaningi labe emile labe bakhuluma isilungu and bantu labaningi labe bakhuluma isilungu bantu bakithi labamnyama. Lokusho kona ukuthi sinenkinga nge-language police. Kulo hulumende lokabusako namhla la. Ngikusho lokho ngoba ngaphansi kwe-language policy ngiyayisupporta le bill. ukuthi tindzaba telulwimi la eSouth Africa onke umfundzi kufuneka abe nelungelo lolwimi lwakhe. Ngikusho lokho ngoba la eSouth Africa sinathu etinhlobo tetemfundo la. Sinelo kusebenzisa ngoswa i-private school nalo kusebenzisa ngoswa i-public school. And the public lama public schools la sikhuluma ngawo angaphansi kwaminister lokhethwe ngithi bantu labahlala la emakhaya labo minister la sikhuluma ngabo la. Sikhuluma ngebantu labahlala khona la emphakatsini la. Abahlali emaparlament lesibathumele khona. Ngiloko lokufuneka sikwathi sibathumele ukuthi batoshaya umthetho lotolungisa tetemfundo. So kungako ngifuna kusho ukuthi wonke umfundzi ngaphansi kwetemalimi unelungelo lokukhuluma noma ngabe lokufundza noma ngabe ngilwiphi ilwimi. Bese ngibethu kwenza i-admission policy. Ngivilela abamhlophe bakhuluma la ukuthi sina setikolweni tabo. Kufuneka sikusho ukuthi lo hulumende lo simkhethile. Simkhethe kusabukane nato tonke itikolo letikhona la eSouth Africa kakhulu kathi itikolo tebantu laba benzandvu elinyenti. Lo sikutwa ngama public schools. So ngifuna kusho ukuthi le admission policy kuto tonke letikolo letikhona la eSouth Africa la kufuneka ivuleleke wonke umntwana. Labantu labamhlophe lani babona balanje ngoba bala namhla bafuna ukuthi mase sifuna ukufaka abantwana bethu kule tikolo tibesibapita ukuthi ama private schools basile tikolo ngeke tisakhona kubathatha abafunze ngoba sebavalile. Kodwa sisithina la imfundo ayivulelekele onke umuntu lokhona eSouth Africa noma umnyama noma umhlophe.
Siyabulela ngelishwa ixesha lakho liphelile.
So ngifuna kusho ukuthi ngiyayisupporta le bill.
Translation.
Thank you, Chairperson. I would like to state that my names are Phazamisa Abraham Mate. And please note that the name Abraham should be put in brackets. I am going to explain this later on as I continue with my presentation. I come from Nyongane village under Chief Mdluli. As a student, I enjoyed history as a subject. But what I find particularly intriguing was that at school, I was taught about the arrival of Jan van Riebeeck on the 6th of April, 1652. Instead of the history of the African people, the chieftaincy of the Mdluli tribe, as well as King Shaga's history. I don't know why it was like that. As we have noted, most speakers who addressed this house spoke in English. I need to state that all learners in South Africa have the right to be taught in their mother tongue. In relation to the admission policy, I believe that the white people who are here today are concerned about preventing the admission of African students to their schools. You'll find that when we want to access those schools, they will tell us that there is no more space. I would also like to say that the ministers that we elect into those positions are people who live with us here in society, and therefore they should be concerned with issues of improving education. As I'm standing here, I strongly support the bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Good afternoon, Mrs. Chairperson and the committee. My name is Leandi. I'm homeschooled. I partially reject the bill, specifically clause 37. I am 15 years old, and so according to the national school system, I should be in grade 9. However, while I am at grade 9 age, my work this year is at grade 10 level, and I will matriculate a year earlier than most children my age. The flexible and personalized nature of home education makes this possible. My parents were able to adjust my schooling according to my abilities and the level of work that I was able to master. And I was able to excel in a way that will benefit me in the future. I also come from a Christian family, and like many other families, our faith strongly influences the decision to homeschool in the first place. Homeschooling allows the opportunity to choose curricula that prompt the Christian worldview and educate us in the context thereof. Our education environment is very family and faith-focused, and I believe it helps us to build relationships with each other and with God. I also have a great passion for art and aspire to a career in creative design or illustration. Homeschooling lets me pursue this passion because my parents can tailor my curricula to suit my needs as a student, with more focus on the subjects that I will use in my future career. I am not overloaded with school subjects that I have no interest in and will not use in my life after school, and thus have more time to pursue what I want to do, to cultivate my art talents, and prepare myself for the career I aspire to. In my high school years, I have grown more and more independent and self-directed in my schoolwork. My mother hardly assists me anymore, and I manage my time and work completely on my own. The skill to be self-directed and independent is highly cultivated in the context of home education. It has been observed that children who have been homeschooled find it easier to adjust to tertiary education routines since we are used to managing our time and work on our own. Personally, I love to be homeschooled. I have a wonderful group of friends, healthy family relationships, and big dreams to do great things and make a difference in the world around me. Growing up in a home education environment has had a profound influence on me, and I hope one day I can homeschool my own children and give them the opportunity to experience the positives of this form of education. The BELA bill will inhibit...
Sorry, your time is up. Thank you so much.
Sanbonan, I'm Miss Temba, PH, from the South African Democratic Teachers Union. As you know, before you become a teacher, before you become a union member, you are a teacher, so I'm here representing the teachers. As teachers from SATU, we accept the BELA bill. We think and we believe it's going to assist us as schools, more and especially from what most of the people who spoke here spoke about. Number one, the issue of admission, which is problematic in some of the schools. In the rural areas, it's not a problem, but when you go to the urban schools, it becomes a problem. We know society is evolving. People are moving from the rural to the urban. And when they're there, they want their learners or they want their kids to be taught there. So they have a right to be admitted in the schools. I'm going to speak to this with the language policy. It makes it very difficult for a learner from Ngala to the rural to the urban. When now the learner must go and learn there, you'll find that this learner has got a challenge of the language. Just because of the language, the learner might not be admitted because say kan eers Afrikaans verstaan of praat nie. So that makes it a big problem. My moeder het my Afrikaans geleer. Ek het nie Afrikaans by die skool geleer. Ngoba bekasebenda. She was a kitchen girl, speaking Afrikaans there. So we're saying there must change. It's not saying that the SGPs will not have the power to the admission policy. They will draft the admission policy. But the HOD now will have to take a look and look at it. And then after looking at it, when the policy is correct, then the HOD will give a go-ahead for that policy to be used. But we're seconding that the HOD must be above the SGPs. I've spoken to the language issue. We're really happy about the issue of the grade R to be incorporated to the mainstream. Our teachers in grade R, now they are earning peanuts because they are not taken as qualified teachers, even though others are qualified. So when grade R is incorporated to the mainstream, it means the teachers too will be incorporated there, and they'll have to be paid full salary as qualified teachers. Hence, we support the bill.
Your
And
time
then-
has expired. Thank you very much, teacher.
Thank you.
Next.
Sanibonani. Uqala ngiyabingelela. Igama lami ngiNkositensi ngokasingwayo isibongo sami. Mina ngiyayisupporta ibill ngoba ingumtimba wemphakathi. Ibuye futhi ibe mtimba wesikole. Ibuye futhi ibe mtimba webantwana esikolweni. Kungako ngiyisupporta. Ngiyabonga.
Translation.
Hello, everyone. My name is Hosti Zingwayo. I do support the BELA bill because it forms part of the body of the community, the body of the school, and the body of the children. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Hello, everyone. My name is Nomhlenkalanga. I am from Samora Machel MSTA in Buzini. I stand here in front of you to say that I strongly support the bill because this is our only rightful freedom. No kid should be rejected in school because of his or her language. I therefore rightfully roar for the usage of all languages in school because we are all equal. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Parliament officials, parents, and teachers. I am Nombuso Shabangu from Mputula Secondary School at Mbuzini under the Nkomazi municipality. I fully support the BELA bill. Reason being is because most of the time us, black children, don't get the opportunity to go to private schools due to our home languages, Ichi, Siswati, Xhosa, Ndebele, etc. Why? Is it because we're black? Is it because we are manipulated easily that we should speak English and Afrikaans only? I truly support the BELA bill. I'm not saying the SGP is useless, but I fully want every school to educate our South African languages. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Before we start with our next round of hands, let me acknowledge the Deputy Speaker of the Legislature of Mpumalanga, Honorable J.L. Tabete Mofokeng. Siyabulela ukuthi you are here with us today. Now I'm going to this side. But didn't I note you? I noted you earlier. What happened? And this one, the security guy. No, it's fine, you can come. 1, 2, and then 1, 2, 3, 4. There at the back, the guy who seated down. At the back, yeah, wena, yes. And now Omile, you jump up and down. How many? Yes, yes, I've noted it. Now I'm Tanya Scholar. Which one? I think there are 10. No, you must sit down. Okay, thank you. Can you start? Next round, we'll start again with you.
Thank you, Chairperson, and the whole parliamentary members. I am Mr. Apani, and then I am standing here representing the majority of our members across the province of Mpumalanga. I'm from COSA SGB, the association which represent the SGBs in the public schools. I'm standing here to support the bill, and we support it fully. I want to emphasize that we want to make a submission on Section 8, which speaks about selling of liquor at our public school. We are against that bill. And then we know people who brought that bill here. And then we want to tell them straight that they have farms. If they want to drink beer, they must go into their farms and drink beer there, not at our schools. We are standing here to support Section 5 and 6 because it is going to allow majority of our people. And this thing, it is being long overdue, a parliamentarian. It is being long overdue. If we speak now, we don't have a hospital with cater only white people. We have hospital with cater all people. So, but what's surprising, we still have schools which cater white people. I think this document, that is why we support it fully. It is because it is going to end that non-necessity. So we want to say to the people of Mbombela, this is our time. There are people which have been killed in 1976. One of them, it is Hector Peterson. It was shot and killed by the white people. That is why they will never come into this podium and support what the BELA bill is bringing. They will never, but they will use you as blacks and give you the T-shirts and then come and stand here to oppose and not supporting the bill. Section 37. Sithi akangene u-HOD emandleni ethu ngoba sifuna uyazi ukuthi na ama-level 7 la bawatholayo bastadisha emandleni bawatholaphi bayakopa laba bantu labo. That is why they are here. They come here to support the section. Bayakopa.
Next. Translation. Translate. No, next, you can follow, sir.
Sanibonani. Mina ligama lami ngijonguna, popularly known as Kanyamazane. Nginobhalo oqala la kule province ku-ANC namanje ngilapha ngivela abanye labangalo bangangade angibita ukuthi security but ngiyabaxolela niyabona la sibhekane nezinto eziningi angeke tisolve ngile department leyi-1 kufanele onke ma department abe involved, especially le subs lamaphoyisa la lesikhathi singasa-exile besibabita kusimakufudi kufanele babe involved mainly kule tindzaba tetshwala ngoba manje kudzala leminye imithetho ne bewungakhi itavern duze nelisonto bewungakhi itavern duze nesikole bantwana bethu namuhla matavern semaningi udlula tikolo uma singawabala government wethu uyazama ukuthi ayenze into leti right labanye bathi applyela ngesinavele safunza ku old school bathi applyela lokoma 350 angithi ngeke akutshele noma ingenile utombona abuye kusena adzakiwe mara lo mntwana wesikole ne so that's why ngithi ne security cluster yafuneka lana kunendzawo mina ngisabi lutho ngisaseligeri la vele bengakusabi kufa ngajabula kabi maba ngibulala ngesibhamu kunendzawo lesiyibita ukuthi kukaSathane iseceleni ne police station lapha bathi kusendumbeni leya indzawo leyayivula 24 hours so that's why ngithi asambe anambeni naniyosibukela letindzawo kuthi ikhona indzawo leyivula 24 hours etshwala and iseduze ne police station ngibe nebhadi mina ngahlala lapha ngakuyo kodwa bese ngakhwa ne nyalo ngaze kuthi Friday Saturday Sunday uthola abantwana bagcwele lapha ene lapha kulo kubangwe nemsindo lokho maloko komagumba yabo kuphinze uma kusi ngabo 12 kuyale uduke isibhamu lapha ne nawa lamaphoyisa yala akayine kuya ene labanye siyabadi angisabi lutho mina uma bangena mhlambe basibangena inight baya lapha babanike kudla netshwala ngithi uthole kupakethe imoto temaphoyisa lapha umuntu makafona athi hey nginenkinga la basaya kunathi imoto mavena awekho so
Ngelisho apha isikhathi sakho siphelile.
yes
Uyayixhasa ibhili okanye
ngithi mina ibhili siyayisupporta kodwa kufanele ibe monitored yeah kufanele ibe monitored ibhili siyayisupporta.
Translation.
Hello, everyone. My name is Joe Nkuna. Some they know, popularly known me as Joe Kanyamazane. I used to be the first secretary of the ANC in this province. And because of this hat, those who don't know me, they call me Mr. Security. Of course, it's okay. I do understand that. There are two things that I think are very crucial that we need to understand here. We cannot survive through one department to resolve all the problems that we have, specifically in school. Let me speak firstly about SAPs. Back then, we used to call them kufule. We have an issue here of alcohol. You know, back then, when you were to apply to have a tavern, you were not going to be allowed to have a tavern next to a school or a church. But nowadays, we see lots of taverns next to school and next to the church. In fact, we have more taverns than schools. However, I do understand that at times the government will be assisting people with the SRD, which is their 350. Some of these students or learners might even apply for that 350, and whenever that money is paid to them, they wouldn't really disclose that to anyone, but you can tell that they've received the money because they'll come to school drunk. Now, I want the security cluster to intervene into that matter. Of course, let me say something, but let me, before I say this, say to you, I'm not afraid of anything. In fact, I used to form part of the guerrilla. I would be proud if I will be shot by a gun. Let me say something. There's a place called KwaSathane. That place, in fact, it's a sort of a tavern or a pub where people go and entertain themselves. That place operates 24 hours. My question is, how possible is that? How could we have something like that, where the tavern is operating from Friday up to Sunday? You have all these students having good time there or enjoying themselves up until 12 midnight. Around that moment, you hear gunshots and so forth. Where are the subs? When you call them, they will tell you there are no bakkies or van. Well, to be honest, I'm not afraid of anything. If I were to speak about subs, I would say with them, you will see there are bakkies or van parking in that place called Gwasatan. And when you look closely, you'll see that they're being fed food, at times even alcohol. Well, that's what I can say. Then the chair, you ask if he supports the bill. He said, of course, he does support the BELA bill. Thank you.
Okay. I'm Jan Engelbrecht. I am from Komatiport in Kumazi, Komatiport Academy School. We do not support the conditions in the Act that speaks to the governing body decision that it can be overridden in as far as admissibility is concerned and those matters. It is scientifically true that mother tongue language teaching is best. There is no scientific evidence that does not support that. And I have compassion as I stand here with many of the speakers here who feel frustrated because their kids do not receive mother tongue education. It's a frustration. Now in Nkomazi, we have 400,000 voters. If I go to 211 census, we have in Komatiport 1,300 voters, which means give you a comparison of the demography. We have 6 circuits. We've got 25 schools per circuit. There's like 150 schools, 2 schools. 1 school is medium, double medium in Malalaan. 1 school is Afrikaans medium, only Komati Academy. So the 4% people more or less in Nkomazi that can have mother language education is only in 1 school. And they can also have the same in Malalaan. And 148 schools cannot fit into these schools. So let us think about the solutions. The solution is that the drive should be to mother language schools. The drive should be that we involve the parents because nobody cares more for a kid than a parent. And if you involve the kids in the school teaching program in the school, you get the best of an enabling environment where the institution fails. The parents are there. They can contribute to infrastructure, to facilities, and to the upbringing of those things. So, essentially, we are against the overruling of a governing body. We say nobody can actually speak better on behalf of a kid than the parents. The school governing body is not God. They are assisting the department in the schooling, in an environment where the parents know exactly what the kids need. So all the energy that goes into this act, rather we put the energy into getting mother language tuition in all the schools and governing bodies to support them.
Angibingelele ku-Deputy Speaker Mam Thabethe, ngibingelele kwendlu emnyama yonke lekhona la bese ngithi kulele emhlophe the winds of change is blowing. Ningathuki nani niyiphathi. Ngifuna kusho kuwe Chairperson ukuthi mina eligama lami ngingiwandile ngokaMazibuko Sibongo. Ngingu-ward councillor eKanyamazane ward 20. I'm rising to support the bill on the basis that it seeks to address the issues of inequalities in our schools, especially the predominantly white schools. I'll state it categorically that whites will never support the bill on the basis that they want to keep their children more away from our children. That is a fact. Hence, they want to choose ukuthi ngibani lo attenda letikolo tabo bakhipha basibeke ngaphandle. Number three, the SGP must declare, as a councillor, I've got first-hand experience of members of SGP, afuna ma business etikolweni. It is a fact, and I'm supporting the bill on the basis of that. And number four, ngifuna kusho futhi ukuthi under no circumstances should alcohol be allowed kuma school premises or activities. I want to make that clear. And lastly, ngifuna kusho ukuthi lapha kule bill, the issue of unisex toilets, I reject it. The issue of unisex toilet. Ngiyabonga.
I will just interpret the small part in Siswati, not the whole thing, because I would like to greet you, Honorable Deputy Speaker Tabete. I would also like to greet all the black people in here. I would like to say to the white people who are here, that winds of change, there has been a winds of change. Things have changed. My name is Wandile Mazibuko. I am a ward councillor for ward number 20.
Sanibonani nonke la endlini. Igama lami ngimvusi Mthize. Ngibuya la Kanyamazane, ngiformer SGP. Ngibuye ngilunga la Khongolose, ngibuye ngileader le. Ngiyayisupporta le bill. In fact, the bill is long overdue. Sokusikhathi sokuthi bantwana bethu especially bendlule emnyama bafunze ngelanguage lebatokhona kuyi-understand esikolweni, so that istokhona ukuthi baphase kamnanzi. Number two, issue ema school governing bodies, ngiyayisupporta le bill. Ma powers ema school governing bodies avamise ukucontradicta nemthetho we-country. Uma ngabe umthetho we-country uthi akukho umntwana lokumele ukuthi ahlale ekhaya angayi kufunza, then ufika kwesikolo lesithite uthola i-school governing body sikutshela ukuthi la esikoleni sinemthetho lesivumelene ngento leso, lo mntwana lo ngeke akhone ukuthi angene. Ngubani omele alungisa le nto leyo? So if lama powers aya ku-HOD and ministers, ilula muslen. Umntwana utokhona ukhofa i-complain lapha ku-HOD na ministers, balethe isiqondiso straight ku-principal ukuthi acceptance nomntwana loyo. So ngiyayisupporta based on that. 3, issue of homeschooling. Empilweni nami since ngatalwa ngakhula ngabangaka ngaze ngeva umntwana webelungu lofunza ekhaya base ufeyilile. Mara ema universities ngena nawo batihlulekele. Mara la baphasa kamnanzi. So there is a serious problem lapha. That is why uthola umntwana wemlungu lo in homeschooling after under 15 years so yokokote university njani man. So we need to deal with that. The only way to deal with that, my powers le bill le itok addressa lo. So ngisupportela lo ukuthi le homeschooling vele kahle kahle iyokuqala into ye-ANC le nengcondo lekhona qhamuka nayo ngiyo le usayiphume lento. Yebo. Lastly, ngile unisex angeke expect ukuthi umntwana wentombatane lo mantombatane siyathi ukuthi aya emalangeni ayo share toilet nemntwana emfana. Bantwana bethu bagwarana man, banaleti ingcondo man. Utongena lapha etoilet umntwana entombatane endele yakwentako fike lo munye lo nga understand umfana ufuna ngena lapha etoilet umbona phuma lo siyacala uyamgwara, so kuba ne problem lenye futhi lapha esikoleni. Lokudlulela lokho futhi bantwana bethu siyabathi ukuthi bayajolana letikolweni. Umntwana wa grade 10 nabo grade 20 batokhuluma manga lapha bathi period ya memsibani cela ke toilet, nami ngiyocela ke toilet, so hlangana e toilet, so kuba inkingi. So singafuni create le nkinga le lapha eNorthern Cape lesibona ukuthi bantwana abancane labafunze eba high school seba pregnant lapho le unisex vele ayiphumi. Kokugcina sengihlala phansi 3 minutes amasengapheli. The issue alcohol angeke sivumele i-alcohol ukuthi idlalele phakathi etikolweni noma ngabe na fundraiser noma ngabe ngani. Once ngathi sila nokuthi alcohol funa advertise eSouth Africa because labantwana mabayibuka bayibona ngathi yinto lenhle. So wena uthi nyala hamba uyothengisa phakathi etikolweni.
Isikhathi siphelile. Siyabulela. Translation.
My name is Vusim Kize. I'm a former member of the SGB and I am a member of the African National Congress. I fully support the bill. I do believe that it is about time black kids are taught in their mother tongue in order for them to pass in flying colors. I feel that if all powers are vested on the SGB, this normally hinders the application of the laws of the country in terms of issues of admission, and therefore feel that HODs and ministers should be addressing issues of school admission and other challenges. On the issue of homeschooling, I've never heard of a failure rate of the white kids who are part of the homeschooling program. However, I need to highlight that we do go to institutions of higher learning with them, and we see them struggling to also pass. So I feel that the best thing that the ANC has ever undertaken to do is to implement this bill. In terms of the unisex toilets, we do take into cognizance the fact that issues of mocking are very rife in schools. We also acknowledge the reality of girls who are in puberty and them going through periods. These unisex toilets can pose a big problem in terms of relations because dating is also part and parcel of students' life. In fact, unisex toilets have the potential to promote teenage pregnancy. On the issue of alcohol, we are busy trying to prohibit the advertisement of alcohol on various platforms. So therefore, we feel that alcohol should never be considered for any reason in school premises, whether fundraising or not. I strongly support the bill. Thank you very much.
Sanibonani, nginginobesuthu Sibanyoni, ligama nginguprincipal waseMbokodo Primary School, lelapha kaMsogwaba ngaphansi kwe-Tribal Authority. I fully support the bill. Njengaloku injalo kodwa nginama recommendation. First of all, when you check section 20 of the South African School Act number 84 of 1996, kuthi uma ku-recruit ama-members we-SGB, aku-consider ma-qualifications because batoba badila ngama-policy formulations, especially the constitution of the school, the code of conduct. Also, section 6, njengalokhu asho la bill, determining the language of the school. Also, I support my members with SGP because they'll be dealing with the fund of the institution. Fanele ba declare ukuthi banemali lenganani so that bathi ukuthi kunemthetho lo babambako uma bangahle bagange. Again, bengacela ukuthi akube ne declaration la bangasayina khona ukuthi if mhlambe bangaphuma endleleni batawendekani. Also, the issue of alcohol in the school premises, whether during my event or what, I fully not supporting it because alcohol ayikho kahle. Issue yes school homeschooling, I support it because learners need to interact with each other. Learners need to learn about the environment la bahlala khona. Also, the norms and the values of the people within them. Also, bathi ukuthi la mphakathini inkambiso yabo ithini. I fully support the bill. I submit.
Hey, hello everyone, my name is Nobesuthu Sibanyoni. I'm from a primary school called Gwambogoto. I do support this bill. However, there are some issues that I would like to outline when you look at the Section 8 of the Act of 1996. It does speak about the SGP. However, it is very important that SGP must be appointed on the basis of qualification, because these people will be having a weighted responsibility to look at things like your policy, the code of conduct, and also determine the language of the student that will be used as medium of instruction. Also, when you look at the issue of declaration of funds, I think it is very important that the members of the SGB should declare what really they are receiving, if there's any different source of income that they have. And also, I would like also to suggest that there must be a document where they sign what we call a declaration agreement, where there must be some penalty stipulated there, which states what will happen if they fail to declare any amount that they are receiving from a different source. Let me come also to the issue of the alcohol. Well, I wouldn't really support at all any alcohol that must be used or consumed during the event. It is something really that I do not support. Let me also jump into the issue of homeschooling. I also do not support that. Why? Because learners must be able to interact with other learners. How would they do that if they are homeschooled? Also, learners need to learn about the environment in the community where they are growing up from, and how will they know that? And there must be a good interaction with the other members of the community. How will that happen? So really, I do not support this homeschooling. But as for the BELA bill, I support it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Greetings to you, Program Director, and all protocol observed. My name is Perseverance Mbombela. I'm a member of the African National Congress who has grown through the mass democratic movement structures of the ANC. Program Director, I think the time that has been allocated to us is limited, but I will try to highlight on critical and fundamental issues. First and foremost, I want to unequivocally and vehemently reject the UNICEF's toilets on the basis that the latter speakers have raised, because it also infringes the rights of learners, more especially on what Comrade Vos and others have said. The second one is the issue of the powers vested in the SGP. The SGPs are given more powers. Let me cite an example. South Africa is a party-contested state. Whomever emerges as a victory governs. Now, you have 3 spheres of government: national, provincial, and local. There's the executive, legislative, and the judiciary. The oversight that is done to the executive is done by the legislative arm through Section 79 committees in municipalities and Section 80 committees in other spheres of government or legislation, and so forth and so forth. Who oversights the SGP? Because money for paper budget is entered into the school account. The procurement of the paper budget on itself, if in essence a school has benefited from a project and there are royalties that are coming on a yearly basis, the spending of those funds, who oversights it? Because you'll find that there are schools that are in quintile 1, quintile 2, quintile 3. Some, they are non-paying fields. Then they'll tell you about school development funds. It's fine, they do that. But the money, once it entered to the school account, the spending of that money and the procurement, if perhaps they require services, there are broken windows, ceiling, and so forth, they want to do minor renovations. Who oversight that? The service providers that are appointed, the rates that have been allocated or that have been forwarded by those service providers, are they market related? Or are they stealing funds, looting funds? So we need to get a Loganjanisa. So the powers of the SGP. As I want to conclude, the powers of the SGP should never be ultra-virus to the Constitution. Why am I saying this? Chapter 2, which speaks about the Bill of Rights. If you check Rule 16 of Chapter 2 under Bill of Rights, it speaks about freedom of expression. There are public institutions and there are private institutions. If you are giving the SGP those powers, it means I, as a black child, I'll be denied access to education in a private school because they will tell me about English and Afrikaans, and I will be denied to learn Zulu and Swazi, which is my home language. Either in a private school, it will be either in a private school, it will be a second or third language, it will be another thing. But as I conclude, I just want to say.
Your time is up. You concluded long time ago.
Uh-oh,
Do you support or reject
I
the bill?
support
Thank
unequivocally.
you. Thank you.
Sanibonani endlini eholweni program director ngiyalibonga lelithuba leli siphinze ngibonge iportfolio yaka education ukuthi isinike lelithuba silokhona kufika la sikhona khona namuhla ngicabanga ukuthi sibatali ngingi-Ana Swela ngisuka eHazyview sibatali besihlala sikhala ngenzaba ye-SGB but la ngifuna ukuqala khona ukuthi asiyicorrecteni because simislead abantwana bethu labaningi labe bakhuluma as if i-SGB sithi iyakhishwa esikolweni so asiyicorrecteni lapho ke ngoba siyabeva mabakhuluma labaningi nala ngaphandle ukuthi SGB iyakhishwa that is why bakhuluma into lebangayivisisi so asiyicorrecteni lapho akuna SGB lesiyikhiphako DA mayingasebenzisi indlela le wrong ebantwaneni bethu batshele ukuthi SGB iyakhishwa ayikhishwa number 1 then number 2 inzaba ye language sibani labamnyama uma sicheka ilanguage siqinzetelekile ilanguage besithi uma siya esikolweni bokuba nema classes uthola uma ungena eclassini ipublic school but uthola kuma subjects bawayenda ngeAfrikaans but okutshela ukuthi kune verskende kune art grade skende kune geskiedenis mara thina abantu labamnyama asikhona ukubita history ngegama lethu leSwati sithi uma setha makusethwa lama exam papers goba ne-English kube ne-Afrikaans what about us blacks thina yethu ilanguage iba yiphi ukuthi ngikhona ukufunda leSwati ngitokhona kurefera ngiphendule into lengi-understandako bona sibanika le-opportunity ukuthi abaye kurefera bakhona ukuphendula into lebayi-understandako so uma sikhuluma nge-language department sicelani isilungiseleni yona nathi bantwana bethu bakhona ukuthola the languages labawa-understandako so inzaba ye-unisex ngingimake nami ngicitha kakhulu lenzaba leyo ke ayisebendeli simbantwana especially bantwana bemantombazana akube ne ba separate kube nema toilet abobabe ebafana kube nawo bantwana ngoba dinengi into lethi sitendekako siyadati siyadibona futhi la ngaphandle inzaba ye alcohol mabhunu they are correct etikolweni tabo vele makuba nema sports kuba nani they are selling alcohol for ukuthi baloku njani why singayendi lento ibe standardized yonke indzawo kuthi uma sisi public school uyasekhaya na yaselokishini ifana and another thing lesibulalayo is because you are giving them allowance yokuspend whatever they want to do like ikolweni because bona sibatshela ukuthi basedorobheni thina sisemakhaya masisi it's a public school it must be a public school elokishini kube i-public school edorobheni lokhu sikwenda elokishini akwenda edorobheni asithathe principal wasedorobheni simise elokishini sithathe waselokishini simisele I'm sure we are equal so why simele sibe equal but sisavaleleke baceleni asipractice nento yokuthi is equal public school akube public school private school umuntu lofuna kuya private teacher lofuna ku teacher private ngemthetho wakhe akahamba private we public school ulandzela umthetho we public school ngiyabonga ngiyayisupporta le bill
Good afternoon. My name is Ana Swela. Thanks to the Portfolio Committee on Basic Education for coming here so that we can air our views on the proposed amendment bill. As a parent, I would like to make this correction first, that this bill does not aim to do away with SGPs at all at schools. SGPs are still going to be part of this bill. The DA should desist from misinforming or misleading people here, especially our children, because I can hear people talking about doing away with the SGP. That is the first thing that I wanted to correct. Secondly, I would like to talk about the issue of language. That as Black people, we are still oppressed when it comes to the issue of language. When we were still under apartheid, we used to learn Veskende, Geschiedenis, and we learned English in Afrikaans. We didn't learn anything about Siswati. This seems to continue even today. Because in public schools, they should be offering all official languages of this country, as long as it is a public school. They should not exclude people based on language and tell our children that they cannot be admitted at a particular school because they only teach in English or Afrikaans. I would also like to talk about the issue of unisex toilets. We also condemn that in the strongest possible terms. Fourthly, the issue of alcohol, we also reject that very, very strongly. We don't want to see alcohol brought into the school premises for whatever purpose. Lastly, it is important that we know that public schools are under the supervision or control of government, as opposed to private schools. So it should be normal for a school, for a teacher in a public school, doesn't matter where, even in urban areas, it does not matter the color, that that teacher should be available to go and teach in another public school, even a public school that is located in a township. Thank you.
Thank you. Before you speak, Ma, there is a white Volvo with registration number KLC 552 MP that has blocked the entrance of one of the houses in the surrounding area of the hall. May the owner of the car please go and move your car. Thank you. You can continue, Ma.
Ngiyabonga, ngiyanibingelela nonke endlini. Ligama lami ngim-Eunice Duki Nkosi, nging-Deputy Secretary wase Ward 7 ngaphansi kwe-ANC. Ngilana namhlanje ngitosupporta le bill. Ngiyayisupporta ngemandla le bill ngoba uma ngita endzabeni ema SGP, ma SGP akaqhubeke ende umsebenzi wabo. Ngikhuluma nje mina ngiyiformer SGB for 2 terms. Ngaloko lama SGB bengubona umsebenzi wabo lapha etikolweni ngoba abantwana bethu ngalesinye isikhathi utothola ukuthi abam understand ukuthishera but uma kuqhamuka abatali bakhona abantwana bethu kuthoba. Ngibuye futhi endzabeni yema unisex toilet ngingimake nje nami angivumeli kakhulu ngobe kahle kahle thina singibomake sinetindo tethu lesitendako masingena ema toilet. Cabanga nje uma ngisathi ngisase toilet umntwana usase toilet kucabange chamuke umntwana emfana ukuthi kwendekani lapho ene siyabona abantwana bethu ngalamalanga lawo ba hyper kakhulu asathi ungenile umntwana wentombatane toilet kuchamuke umntwana emfana kutoyendekani ngaleso sikhathi. Ngiyabonga kakhulu ngiyayisupporta le bill.
Starts here. Hello, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity and greetings to you all. My name is Eunice Kinkosi. I am the Deputy Secretary of Ward 7 from the political party ANC. I do support this bill a lot. Let me jump into the issue of the SGB. I would like them to continue with their role. They are really playing such a huge role. I am in fact a former SGB for 2 terms, and I've witnessed the important job that used to be performed by SGB, and I still believe that they still continue to do that job. We do have issues or instances where our children do not really understand the teacher for some other reasons. Whenever the SGB member comes in or a parent come and negotiate to them or intervene in that matter, that helps the children to be able to cooperate or work together with the teachers. Let me jump in also to the issue of the unisex toilets. I do not support that at all. You know that we as women, we have a lot that we perhaps do in bathrooms, and that really might really be inconveniencing. For instance, if maybe as women I'm in the bathroom and now a boy comes, and what will happen there? And we know that we're living in an era where our young boys are very hyper, so we know really that could not work. However, I would like to say I do support the BELA bill completely.
Regardless of race and sex and all the positions that all of us attain, I greet you all. My name is Londeka Ngosi, a member of the RCL of my school, and I am the secretary of a nearby school which is called Sitindile Secondary School, and I fully support the bill. Ladies and gentlemen, I support the clause 11 that says there must be prohibition of initiation practices in a hostel. These initiation practices can have many negative outcomes. As much as schools have different initiation practices, we cannot confirm which one is mostly used. Other students are segregated into one spaces because they are newbies. And ladies and gentlemen, let us not forget that in other parts of initiation practices, there are chemicals that are sprinkled onto learners. Ladies and gentlemen, who will be held accountable if a learner is sprinkled with the chemical and they have an allergic reaction or they have an asthma attack? Ladies and gentlemen, let us not forget that school is a place of teaching and learning, not initiation practices. School should be a place of safety where one's dignity will not be degraded. As the Bill of Rights of South Africa says, every child has a right to be protected from maltreatment, neglect, abuse, or degradation. Ladies and gentlemen, I also second the point that says that says there must be abolishment of corporal punishment, which is Section 10. Ladies and gentlemen, let us not forget that the Bill of Rights of South Africa fairly states that everyone must be protected from abuse or any form of violence, emphasizing that school is an environment of teaching a learner. I do not support the possession and the consumption or selling of liquor on the school premises. School is an environment meant only for learning and teaching. How will the school operate if people are under the influence of alcohol? Let us not forget that schools still face violence at the current moment without alcohol consumption. So how will the school operate if our teachers are under consumption, the learners are under consumption? Ladies and gentlemen, are we raising a youth that will become drunkards, or are we raising a youth that will strive for the system, that will change the system we are currently under? And ladies and gentlemen, I believe that children should be taught in their mother language, because studies done by the University of Johannesburg fully prove that using mother tongue increases a child's development. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe that every child should use their language of origin. And not only that, if the language of origin it is not used, that means there is a violation of a right in the Bill of Rights of South Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, I fully support the bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much, young lady. I see a future president in you. The last hands are coming from the side. Those that are not going to be able to speak, can you please fill in the forms and submit them on the tables on our side? I see there is a lady with a blue t-shirt. Yes, you, young lady. And next to you also, you mama with the stripe yellow shirt. You, sissing a white t-shirt. Brother with a cap, black t-shirt, white t-shirt. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 at the back. Izanila. Can I take these two? You are the last one. Join the queue. The last two hands. Now we are done. We are not taking hands anymore. Yeah, you can start. Thank you.
Sanvinani, my name is Esther Marie, and I partially reject clause 37 of the BELA bill. I'm 14 years old and have been home educated my whole life. In fact, living and learning is one and the same thing for me. Working with my horses, bird watching and photographing nature, and going to Ilantuk twice a month to do art with children there are as much as part of my education as maths and science are. This bill wants to put us homeschoolers in the same box as schools are, in the same four-walled classrooms and the same curriculum and the same evaluations. I would like to reject this part of the BELA bill because it is impossible to put homeschooling in a box without it then losing its quality and potential. I truly think the government cannot decide what is best for us better than our own parents can. If our parents may not even decide how to educate us, what say do they have in their own children's lives? Homeschooling is a different way of educating children, but both normal schools and home education is education, and their aim is the same. Children who become great, independent, job-creating, tax-paying, and community-serving adults. If I would be expected to, as this new bill would suggest, use the CAPS curriculum, it would be hard for me to adjust because I have never used CAPS before. It teaches things in a different way than I have been learning my whole life. The CAPS skills and content were written for the school system and is not in a good fit for the spirit and philosophy of home education. Because we use this different than the rest route means we cannot fit in the boxes that are suggested for us to climb in. Please consider regulating home education in a different way. Thank you. God bless you.
Dear honorable members, ladies and gentlemen, parents and children, I'm Emma and I'm 16 years old. I partially reject the BELA bill, especially clause 37. My main reason for rejecting the bill are following the CAPS curriculum as the bill currently suggests. Prescribing to the minimum skills and content of the national curriculum is the same as following CAPS. Home visits by officials, evaluation by an assessor who does not understand the variety of home education, philosophies, approaches, and curriculums. Having to ask permission from the HED to be able to homeschool. I have been homeschooling my whole life. We live on a farm and my education isn't solely focused on academics. Tending our animals and training our horses are just as much part of my education as my academic subjects are. And I enjoy being able to have enough time to do both, as well as other things, like being involved at a community outreach and giving horse riding lessons and sharing my passion with younger children, doing needlework and seeing my friends. When my schoolwork gets too much, I can take a break, go hug my horse, and return to it with fresh eyes. When my work is easy, I can finish it off quickly, and when it's harder, I can take as much time as necessary to master it. I love everything I do, and I'm planning to one day go to university and to serve our country in the best way I can. It will remove the freedom I have now from my little sisters and take away from them what makes homeschooling so precious. I propose that new legislation be drafted for home education that reflect the realities of this education sector. Thank you.
Sambana, Nimi Anelengus, Terak support. Terak support pin. Yabo.
Thank you, Sanele. Siyabonga, Sanele. Shine, Sanele, shine. Next. And 2 minutes.
Ngiyabonga ngibingelele kubo bonke abantu labakhona ligama lami ngiphindile ngakambowane ngihlala eHazyview so ngifuna ukukhulumela kakhulu ku-issue yasetikolweni angikuvumeli ukuthi etikolweni kuthengiswe tshwala especially kubantwana besikolo ngisupporta ukuthi even ma SGB akachubeke ngendlela achubeka ngakhona alandzele wonke imigomo lokhona ngoba siyabona la ngaphandle the opposition abatsheletela ukuthi SGB angeke isaba khona bangasupport ibill so ngifuna kusho laphambili ukuthi bantwana bethu siyasupporta ukuthi mabakhulume ilanguage lebafila ukuthi batokhona kuyifunza bayilalele baphindze bayive angifuni ukuchitha isikhathi ngifuna kusho ukuthi I fully support the bill 100%.
We had little Anele Nkosi saying she expresses her support for the bill and she thanked the House. And then she was followed by Phindile Mbombela, who is from Hazyview. On the issue of schools, there should be no alcohol in the school environment. On the issue of the SGB, the lies spread by the opposition parties should be rejected around the functioning of the SGBs. The SGB should carry on being fully functional in schools within the confines of the law of this country. And I also would like to raise the issue of language and state that our children should be taught in their mother tongue, in the language that they are able to speak and understand. I fully support the bill. Thank you.
Sanbonani, ligama ngisonto wakamthethwa, member le ACDP. Mina ngithi I reject the BELA bill because it seeks to enslave our people, taking away their freedom to choose for their children. Speaking as a parent, it is extremely concerning to me that the school can allow my 10-year-old child to abort the baby and keep it as a secret to me. I am also concerned that the selling of alcohol in school was even considered by the minister. A school is a place of learning. A line must be drawn. Thank you.
No, it's fine. It's fine. My name is Matabo Wagamaribe from Ward 19, Kanyamazane. I'm also an SGB member. I stand here to fully support the BELA bill, more especially with regard to the language policy. If we can check the so-called former Model C schools, use this as an instrument to minimize the number of blacks from being admitted, stating that the child hasn't done whatever language of teaching that they are doing in that particular school. So I've got a problem because now it's more like we're contradicting ourselves. Whenever I use my own language, our interpreters interpret. Whenever sikuluma Swati, you interpret. But whenever it's English, you don't interpret to the, but Lad would dominate Maswati, but you don't interpret to them. So it gives me a problem, then we're interpreting to the minority, leaving out the majority. All right, the second one is the declaration of financial status by SGB members. I want to make it clear to the House that when electing SGB members in our schools, most of the parents do not show up, more especially the public schools, which leaves us with no option but to elect from those that are there. Because this week we might not elect, then the following week or after 14 days, then we call the meeting again, then they don't show up, we end up electing those people or those SGB members. And then some of us that are being elected, you know, we're not even working. We were expected to come up with the language, the financial policy. I don't have the 1,000 rand in my bank account, but you expect me to run the affairs of the school with a paper budget of 1.9 million as a parent. So that is why I'm saying I strongly support this one again of declaring our financial status as the SGB members. I then propose to the House that at least a minimum requirement for there should be a minimum requirement for one to be elected as an SGB member. I submit.
No, thank you very much, Chair, for the opportunity. I'm Maurice Mazibane from the African National Congress. Chair, I fully support the BELA bill, but there are some areas where I'm not comfortable, Chair. For example, the issue of selling alcohol, whether during or after school, So it's not good, and let's not expose our children to alcohol. Secondly, Chair, the homeschooling. All learners must go to school. Blacks and white, Indian and colored, they must go to school. Thirdly, the issue of school governing body. It seems like the school governing body, they have more powers than the department, particularly when it comes to the admission of learners. So I think we must give the department more powers. The issue of language or police language. Uyabona kugcwele ama-African la kuna few abondle bekhanyilanga. But kude namnye lafuna kufunza ilanguage wethu whether Siswati or Sotho, Tsonga or Venda. So asikhulumeni le language phela bobafunza bo ndlebe ikhanyilanga ngoba la Kanyamazane kugcwele ama-Africans kakhulu. And always sibonakala ngathi sinaka kakhulu i-minority kanti kune-majority la. So le bill I think to address into letiningi Chair. But sifuna kuva ukuthi next time nalaba labamhlophe uma bafika Kanyamazane bakhulume Swati isiZulu, uma bafika eBush bakhulume Shangane neSotho. Siyabonga.
Ngilochisa uSpeaker nekomiti lonke. Ngithokoze lelithuba engiphiwa lona ngusihlalo. I'm Thandi Masango, the circuit manager in White Hazy 1. I think I waited for all our people to talk from education in our schools so that I can summarize. I fully support the bill. Firstly, I would not support the clause on liquor, as they've already said. I want to repeat. Liquor will give us problems, especially on public schools in townships and villages. To us, if that is going to be official, we definitely are going to be having a problem for now, because we can't control even our children, our youngest ones, 12 years in Shebins. So we'll definitely have a problem as educationists to accept this. And then the SGP power, as they said, please let it be limited to HOD, that is good. Unisex, don't please go there, it's gonna be a problem. Even in this restaurant, in unisex, I don't feel comfortable myself to go there. For public places, unisex toilets are not good. Home languages, I have interest in this one. A home language is good, the policy I support, but I will further say to the committee, can you please go further and make the home language to be the language of teaching in all the subjects, just like as it is in Afrikaans, as it is in German, they learn German in all the subjects and they speak German. Even if a person is going to be interviewed, is going to be interviewed in their languages. There's no problem. Let's make our languages larger and bigger and more official in South Africa. That will be good for me if you go on that way. Then on the issue of abortion, definitely is a no-go area. Let's talk more about prevention, not unless Elena or Elena is being raped, but we know the rape can be attended at an early stages, and that could help a lot. SGP's declaring is good, very good, let them be, because some of them, they come to school just to look for tenders and make themselves tenderpreneurs with the little budget that the schools are having. So it will be good for them to declare, even though us as schools, we will be having problems with the number of them coming to school to be elected. Thank you.
I'm very short. Sanbonani. Honourable Chair and members, thank you for the opportunity to address this meeting. I'm passionate about education and I come from a whole long family of educators. So maybe I am genetically predisposed to really believe that the future of this country lies locked up in our children, which means it lies locked up in education. And I believe that is why each and every one of us are here today, is because of our children. I'm a teacher by training myself, but today I'm speaking up for a form of education that is quite misunderstood, and it's different than the one that serves by far the most children in this country. For us, home education simply means that we can not be separated while my husband is traveling for work. It means that our 4 daughters can be involved with things they are passionate about, like caring for their horses, like you've heard, doing needlework with grandma, giving art lessons to children from a nearby community, and so forth. It also means they can go slow in areas of learning that they struggle with, and faster in the areas that they excel. We do not follow a grade-locked system of learning because it's not necessary. They move on as they master concepts. I am also very passionate about home language education. And maybe this is good news for many of you to know that home education also unlocks that. Home education is for anyone and everyone. It is not something for just a small group of people. It is accessible and it's just an alternative option to education. It's not better, it's just different. And it's a good suit for some families. And it's something that many people don't even consider simply because they misunderstand it. Home education has been the way that children were educated for centuries. Over the past 30 years in South Africa and far longer in some other countries, more and more parents started to take up this primary responsibility for their children's education again. I partially reject the BELA bill and specifically course 37, which is the only part that I really studied. And I suggest the following: a simple notification process which allows the HOD to keep track of children who are receiving education elsewhere than in school without providing regulating powers to the HOD. An exemption clause from compulsory education attendance for children whose parents have notified their intention to home educate, and then that can be exempted when the children's court orders the HOD to discontinue such exemption or when the child returns to school. So delete the rest of section 37 from the BELA bill, and other matters arising from home education can be dealt with in terms of the Children's Act. Thank you for this opportunity to be part of Parliament. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Next.
Thank you. My name is Sankara Mhlongo. I'm the Regional Secretary of COSAS in Enshrined region. First and foremost, let me first acknowledge our speakers in front. It is so much interesting that such engagement does not only happen in memorial services or in private space, but it does happen in a space where people are going to engage very robust. What we understand is that here it's a public participation. So please don't rush us. Allow us to can engage you. As COSAS, we are fully supporting the bill, but however, we wish the Parliament to can revisit the bill, especially clause 8 that talks about the sales of alcohol. Comrades, we are having so many issues as a country, and of which alcohol is also contributing to most of our issues, such as GBV, car accident, and all of it. Our school has now turned into a smoking zone. So what will happen if you start to sell alcohol in the school premises? Obviously, we are causing another problem. We're having so many problems in our public schools. Once you add alcohol, it's gone. Number two, we are coming from the issue of corporal punishment. What we are still seeing in school is that even today, teachers continue to punish our learners. But then we then understand that teachers, they remove corporal punishment, but our teachers, they were left with nothing. They were left with no option. But then to do what? Because if they then practice corporal punishment to our learners, we're going to make sure that we open case of assault. So they were not going backward to it. From the issue of abortion, we're saying to it that it's ungodly. It cannot be. We don't support abortion. Teenage pregnancy is wrong. Abortion is wrong. So away with that. Then another problem that we're having, we're here to engage. But then we forgot that we're having a two-tier educational system. And of which for us to be here to engage, we must have a one-tier educational system of which it will cater for all. But now the educational system that we're having is not genuinely, especially to a black child, especially to a black child who is in public school. Another thing we wish to be revisited, this thing of saying school disruption. We're having unions, teachers' union in our school. And then they also have a right to protest. So whenever they protest, the teachers' union, whenever they protest, obviously teaching and learning will never take place. So then what are we going to do with those who are going to be disturbing the process of teaching and learning? Since teachers, they must also, is upon their constitutional right to protest. So what will happen to them when they're disturbing teaching and learning? Can it please be revisited? What I can say is that forward with one tier educational system for all, forward. I thank you.
Ngithanda kunibingelela nonke ngibingelele i-leadership ngaphambili. So lokhulumako nginozipho wakakhumalo eHazy View eWard 8. Chairperson ke we-SGB esikolweni. Ngiphinze futhi ngibe kulesigungu lesi lesebenzisana nesekhethi se-SGB. So ngithanda kungena straight la ku-SGB. Kuthi etikolweni ma SGB umsebenzi wabo ubaluleke kakhulu umningi futhi kunala ukuthi uthola ukuthi imtali umikisa umntwana esikolweni akaveli nokuvela umntwana sonedinkinga esikolweni akutholakala ukuthi imtali esikolweni principal tomthola njani kodwa thina njenge SGB ngoba lamakhaya onke siyawadi siyakhona kuphuma siyobuka umtali simcele ukuthi buya esikolweni sitolungisa inkinga yemntwana ngoba kwenteke mhlambe umntwana ushala abanye abantwana diningi into letendekako esikolweni so umsebenzi weSGB mningi kakhulu la etikolweni sikolo angeke sikhone kurana iSGB ingekho so two ngitota la kulendzaba ye alcohol ebantwana so alcohol ayikho la esikolweni kuphela bantwana bethu uma baphuma esikolweni bayaphambukela bantwana bethu mabaphuma esikolweni bayangena kuleti tolo letemandiya angisho ukuthi kabi bafolisa amadlu la kufanele kuhlale khona tingu bantwana bethu bathenga le glue bahambe nayo esikolweni bese iyabalimata akuyona le glue kuphela futhi lebulala labantwana bethu nalenyawupe lebayithengisako la emakhaya ithengiswa ngilabatali uma sewuthi uyahamba uye police station ukuthi likhaya lelisoli ithengisa iglue bantwana bayalimala kwabona lamaphoyisa batogijima baye lapha kuleli khaya bathi zibani uthi nina nithengisa lokhu asikaphephi nebantwana bethu abakaphephi batochubeka njani bantwana bethu esikolweni thine sibatali sibalimata lamandiya laqhamukako abathengisela iglue bantu labathunga ticathula abaseseba basibaningi ngalendlela le glue iba ngakhona la kuletitolo temandiya so la sihlala khona ma glue bawathengisa kakhulu sigcine siwathole eze SGB letikolweni bantwana bathengile bafihlile la esikolweni so siyasho sithi ngalamagama lawa siyacela kakhulu ukuthi isafety yabantwana bethu kuzameke ukuthi silungise kakhulu so nomthetho we-safety uzame kulungisa kakhulu la kuletitolo letithengisa lama-glue nalaba labathengisela abantwana inyawupe nalama-tavern la ayi-6 to 6 umntwana ufika esikolweni udziniwe ubuya ku-tavern ufika late akasakhona ukufunza ufika uyalala ngaletindo letifana naleto ezema-SGB msebenzi wabo ubaluleke kakhulu etikolweni ngaphandle kokuthi siyatikhulumela mina ngiyayisapota le bill ngiyabonga.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Will I be
Chair.
allowed to interpret? Okay, thank you. My name is Nozipo Kumalo. I'm from Hazelview, Ward 8. I'm also the chairperson of the SGB. I do also form part of the team or the members of the circuit in our area. And also, I would like to mention that SGB's work is very crucial. As parents, it is very important for us to work with our parents around our community. We do experience a time that parents will bring a child to our school. Whenever the child is admitted, it seems like they will abandon the child. And whenever there's any problem, the parent might not be coming to come and address the issues that their child is involved in. So we, as the SGP members, we make sure that we try and trace the parents so that we can resolve such issues. I would give an example. At times, there will be an assault between the kids or one of the child assaults another one. We need to have a parent so that we can resolve that. Let me continue to emphasize that the SGB is very important. I would like to say no SGB, no school. And let me jump in also into the issue of the alcohol. Alcohol in school should not be permitted. And also, I would like to touch on the issue of the Indians, tech shops. I'm not saying anything perhaps negative about them, but I do notice that our children, they buy the glue and smoke it from these tech shops. At times when you look in the shelves, where it's supposed to be bread, you see lots of this glue. Not only glue, but nyaupe. And nyaupe is only being sold in our townships. In fact, we know even homes. And at times you go and open the case or report this to the police. But whenever the police hear about this, they will also go back to the same person who's selling this nyaupe and disclose your name, which makes you to be really in a very awkward position or unsafe. It seems like we have more glue, more than the shoe repairers that we have in our townships. Let me jump in also, going back to the issue of the safety. We do have a safety concern in our community. We will appreciate if we can have reinforced laws of safety in our community and be protected against these substances like your glue, your nyaupe, and these taverns that operate from 6 to 6. That is really something that is not helping at all for our children. They will go to this tavern, enjoy themselves. The next morning, they want to come to school. They are tired. They can't concentrate. So, of course, we want to say SGB can work in these issues, and they are doing an important job. Let me close by saying I do support the bill. Thank you.
Yeah, ngiyabonga Chairperson. Ngicela kuqala ngokuthi all the protocol observed. Igama ngusipho sibonga ngwakamotha. Manje iboss yami ilapha phambili. Deputy Speaker. Angifuni kufila threatened when I'm raising these issues ngoba namhla ngichamba ngalenye ikepisi from the Association of School Governing Bodies, that is NASGP. I'm also happy to see the principal on top there. Ngicabanga ukuthi I will start first ngalele bagcina ngakho ngokuthi as associations of school governing bodies we fully support the bill. That's number one. Ngikusho lokhu ngoba I know for a fact ukuthi bagcina ngakho bese sikhathi yabaphelele yabona. Kanti ufuna uqale ngakho ukuthi we support the bill. Ngicabanga ukuthi lekufuna sikulungise lapha secretariat. Labantu le bill bayayisupport, all of them. Just that they are failing to say they don't support some clauses of the bill. They do support it. Manje ke tina sima association njoba sisho ukuthi we fully support the bill. But angeke si support la as ama associations of SGPs sizothathelwa amandla wethu as SGPs. Ndo wenda sibonelo. SASA lapha ku section 6, section 5 subsection B. Ukhuluma ngokuthi i-governing body of the school kufuna ukuthi kube ngiyo le determiner number 1 i-admission policy yesikole. La singavumelani khona nale clause ngila besithi khona kufuna ukuthi kube ngi-HOD lo bese kuthi manje uphinze nasa after si determine because usithathela lamandla as SGPs sila esikolweni kufuna siphinze sithathe le policy siye ku HOD ahlele nayo pass ayibuka athi yamfavor imfavor then ngila sisho khona ukuthi as ma associations of school governing bodies angeke sikuvumele ukuthathelwa mandla as ama SGPs. You know, I'm disappointed. You know, good portfolio committee. Nifike la, the hall was full. Lama problem le nwabona la, ilama problems as SGPs. Lesifesana nawo la kule tikolo tetu especially. You know,
Gelishwa, your time is up.
Aish.
Thank you.
My name is Sipho Mota. Let me first start by acknowledging that my boss is part of the panel, and I don't want to be fearful when raising these issues because today I am wearing a different cap. Let me begin with the end in mind, because I see a lot of people actually forget, because they usually mention this point at the end of their submission. We fully support the bill. In fact, I believe that all people here support the bill. However, we are in disagreement with some parts. As SASA, we can't support the degeneration of the SGB. Section 5, subsection B of the SASA Act states that we have the role to determine admission. We have an issue with the role of the HOD in this regard. Why should the SGB consult with HODs on issues of admission? We can't surrender our power to the HOD. When we started this engagement, this hall was full, and this is indicative of some of the problems we face. Thank you.
Ngiyanibingelela nonke endlini. Ngibonge lelithuba ngcina isitulo. Ligama lami ngingifirst girl Khosa. Ngichamuka eHazyview, Ward 7. Ngaphasi kwa Chief Mashiho Emasui. Ngiyayisupporta le bill. Why ngiyisupporte? It's because sibani labasha siyakhala kakhulu ngelanguage. Masikhala la kule language kunabo bhutwethu ngaphandle nabo seswethu hayi ukuthi bayahluleka ngile language leyisebenzisa la tikolweni. Ikakhulu ngingakhuluma kakhulu tukwe maths. It's not usibantwana abayikhona kuyifunza le maths. Bayakhona but le language ngiyo lobashayako. Number 2, ngiyayirejecta le ma-alcohol etikolweni. Why ngiyireject? It's because if umntwana akhona kufunza i-alcohol esikolweni, if aphuma esikolweni utobona kwangathi tidzakamiva tibalulekile cause utifunze phi esikolweni. So ngibuye ngisupport le ma SGB etikolweni. Ma SGB etikolweni ayenda umsebenzi lomuhle kakhulu. Ayakhona ukuthi ambone umntwana lonenkinga, akhona ukubona umntwana lode inkinga, especially tukwetimfundo takhe. Kunebantwana labadinga isupport kakhulu. Ngiyabonga ngiyayisupporta kakhulu le bill.
Translation, nilele.
Greetings to everybody. My name is First Girl Kosa. I am from Hazy View, Ward 7, under Chief Mashiho. Thank you. As young people, we are very much affected by the issue of language. It is a very, very important issue. A lot of learners, for instance, struggle with language at schools. Take, for example, maths or mathematics. It is not that young people or learners are unable to master maths. The problem is the language. So if, for instance, they were taught maths in their language, they would be able to succeed in maths. Secondly, we reject the issue of bringing alcohol into schools. Because if you bring alcohol into schools, the next step is going to be drugs. A learner, you will not see a problem with doing drugs if, for instance, because they would have learned a substance such as alcohol from school. Thirdly, I want to emphasize the importance of SGPs in schools, the hard work that they do and the important work that they do in helping learners. Sometimes they also assist with the learners who are having difficulty with their learning or with their subjects. So I would like to see SGPs continue doing this good work. Lastly, I would like to say that I support this bill.
Sanibonani endlini. Ligama lami nginguSylvia ngwakamdawo Sibongo, ngilimember le-ANC. Ngithi ngiyayisupporta ibill. Indzaba yetshwala etikolweni ngiyayichitha ngoba esikolweni bantwana bayela kofunza abayi kofunza tshwala. Ngiyabonga.
Greetings, my name is Sylvia Mudau. I'm a member of the African National Congress. I would like to state that I fully support the bill. And on the issue of alcohol, I strongly reject alcohol being brought to school premises because children are going to school for the purpose of gaining education, not to consume alcohol. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Councillor Mariette Preddy from the DA on enshrined District Municipality. I'm voting against the bill for the following reasons. It's not addressing the real problems. Making another bill, another policy, another bylaw will not resolve the real problems. It's making the bill and enforcing it. And the problem that I have with this bill, it's not addressing the real issues. If you go back now through Nelspruit, you will see pain-free, safe abortions. You cannot travel to any town without seeing it. It's on the streets. Our children see it every day. We teach them they cannot go and buy cigarettes. They cannot buy alcohol. But then we teach them sex education, they must use a condom. We don't teach them that absence before marriage is good. We should teach them not to have sex and not to get babies while they're children in schools, because then they will be poorer and their family will not benefit with a grant. I'm voting against this because the real issues is pit toilets where the children drown. You can go to DD Bambuza school, you will find the toilets have no doors, and the girls must go in, expose themselves in front of the boys. And you can go to the schools, the platforms, the infrastructure are broken and really not good. We should applaud the parents that are involved in the school. Another bill will not make a difference. Please note, when you amend the bill, you have to add number 92 of the Choice of Termination Pregnancy Act, Abortion Sterilization Act, but you should also put in the SA abortion policy. And you should remember, the people that are doing this backstreet abortions act like they're doctors and nurses and pharmacies. You should also add the Health Profession Act 56, because they're not doctors. They cannot sell medicine. Medicine and Related Substances Act 101 of 1965. Prevention of Control Act of 74. The Minister of Policy should be engaged, because they use a telephone. If I can phone them in Tonga and they come to me and tell me I must pay 1,500 rand if I tell them I'm 4 months pregnant, then the police should also be able to find them. The Minister of Education should take note of this. The police is failing the children. The police should protect the children from this fake doctors, fake nurses, doing backstreet abortion, getting rich, while posting on road signs, and nobody take them on. If I want to take them on, I have to get a license to do entrapment.
Your time is up,
Mark
ma'am.
money,
Thank
I
you.
will wrap up.
No,
Mark
your time
money.
is up. Thank
Please
you.
ask the minister to do a job
you.
and
Your
not
time
make
is
a new
up.
bill. Use the bills that is there.
Your
The
time is
real
up.
issues. Thank you.
Ngibambele kancane ngiyatemasha. Sanibonani. NgoSteven wakashabang uhlala lapha eWard 19. La ngesheya nje. Disappointed bengithi phela ngiyovantorika bebakhuluma ngesilungu mina ngeva. Why lala abancane bayatorikelwa masikhulume ngelanguage yethu? Okay, ngicela kundlulisa naku. I strongly support the bill. And ngine hope ukuthi iletha umehluko kumntwana wemuntu lomnyama, a black child. Yes, siyabeva labanye baveta lokho naloka. Sie understand? Leto nto leto asikhulumeni ngato lesinye isikhathi. Titawungedwa nato lesinye isikhathi, but nyalo we strongly support the bill, and the bill it does nika bantu abethu likusasa leli right bangavalelwa etikolweni. Siyanithanza abantu bakithi nina bondle besikhanyilanga siyanithanza sihlala nani but sise South Africa lapho sibaningi sine khona so sivumelene kuto tonke tindzawo sibe khona bantfa bethu bafunze babe likusasa lale live sikhulise le live liye phambili kungabi nemntfwana lone privilege lengcono kunalomunye ene kungabi let's say one South Africa one law singabi nemthetho waku-urban nemthetho wasemakhaya because lento leyo kube sekuptural letingcondo tebantfu bethu babone ngathi there's a place la kungcono khona kunala ekhaya kubo because lapha baba captured ngoba lo mehluko lebafike bawuthole vele uba khona so please ngicela nine baphathi lapho ngaphambili qinisani lokulentenako namhlanje kithi sine hope ukuthi kutokwenda umehluko again and again ngiyaphinza sine hope ukuthi kutawenda umehluko I strongly support the bill ngeke ngichaze ukuthi ngibuyaphi it is all kubhaliwe kimi ukuthi ngengibani ngibhilonga kuphi ngiyabonga
Let me start by saying I greet you all. My name is Stephen Shabango. I'm from Ward 19. And I am a bit disappointed, though, that the group that is a minority here in this hall, they are interpreted for into their language, but in my language, we do not have really any interpretation, which makes me feel like really things are not well there, because I did not hear anything that was said in a different language. But let me just jump into say I do support the bill, and because I believe this bill will bring the change to the black child, and I think if there's any issues that need to be ironed or fixed, if I may use that, that must be done later. For now, I do support what the bill is all about. I do also like to emphasize that it is very important that the people who are a minority in our area or in South Africa should know, which is the white people, that we do love them very much, but they need also to understand that we are a majority, which means we need to be in the same school so that there could be a good integration amongst ourselves. No one should feel that they are a little bit superior than the other. When we look at the issue of these white school or private schools and the rural, public school, this tells us that there is some laws or law that are existing which cater for rural people. We should call them rural laws, and the other laws that we can say that are urban laws. This makes our child or our children to feel like they are in a way captured, to believe that there are some schools that are a little bit superior than ours. And that is not something that we really appreciate. All of us should be in the same area, be taught in the same place, and be treated the same. And lastly, let me say, this bill, I do support it, Chair, because I believe you've done a good job. It will bring change to our people. I do support the bill fully. Thank you.
Sanibonani. Ligama lami nginginelisiwe sibonga ngakamathabe ngiqhamuka eHazyview eWard 7. Ngime phambi kweni ngitosho ukuthi ngiyayisupporta ibill. Kuze ngithi ngiyayisupporta ibill ngitokhulumela endzabeni ma-SGB. Ma-SGB asiphathela kahle bantwana bethu. Nakungukuthi thina sike asikho sisemsebentini. Umntwana unikela inkinga esikolweni bakhona ukuthi bakhipha bite i-SGB. Ngiyo le ndzaba ngithi mina I support the bill.
Thank you very much to all the speakers. Thank you very much, Kanyamazane. Thank you very much, Mpumalanga. We are done now with all the speakers. I hope all of you had a chance to fill the forms, those who could not speak. And I hope all of you got a chance to express your views. From here, tomorrow we'll be in Secunda. We'll be in Secunda starting at 10 o'clock in the morning, doing the same exercise. We're going to listen to the people of Secunda here in Mpumalanga. This is our 4th province that you are visiting. After all the provinces that you are going to visit, when we are done with all of them, we are going to compile a report of all the views and comments of everyone who spoke, and we are going to deliberate them as the committee before we take the report to Parliament. In Parliament, the report will be debated, where it will either be rejected or supported and be passed into law. So the process, it doesn't end here. We're still going to continue to other provinces that are still remaining. And when we are done, we'll then go to another stage. But thank you very much for all of you that have spoken, for your discipline, your tolerance, and also the warm welcome that you have received here in Kanyamazane. Siyabulela kakhulu. I will now hand over and allow the speaker or the deputy speaker, Mama Tabete Mufokeng, to give us a vote of thanks.
Thank you very much, Program Director, Honorable Adults. And I'd like to take this opportunity. Mhlambe bakhulumile labahlobo bami bathi siyathanda ukukhuluma isilungu sekele kanti sithi silwa nayo le nto athi ngikhulume isintu sakithi. Angithathele lithuba ngibonge ke bahlobo bami bahlonishwa bami labahle kuthi nifike la ekhaya Kanyamazane eMbombela sub-region eHlanzeni region eMpumalanga, the place of the rising sun. Siyabonga kakhulu Chairperson Honorable Gigaba, sibonge kakhulu, and all honorable members. Without you participant, nine leni dlale lichaza noma leni participateile kuthi nifake lichaza kuthi siphume kule nkinga le besikuyo. So wendiwa ngini bahlobo bami ngekuthi siwa attende ma meeting lafana nalawa. Well done today Kanyamazane, especially Mbombela sub-region. Once more, has a view, it's more dominating here. So siyabonga kakhulu nisebentile. All the stakeholders labe bakhona la ngehlukana kwenu isathu ma members SGB, ma structures, and all the fraternals and structures lebe bakhona la laba participateile. Sibonga kakhulu sibonga nezone ukuthi at least ba mobilizile bakhona kutshela abantu ngoba lenye into bantu bakithi bagcina bangakete emihlanganweni because baleke kuthola information early. So le bill chairperson le hayi sifilile ukuthi yeda le bill sayifila, so that's why the attendance is so good. I think nalani biya khona nibonile attendance ukuthi igood njani because sithatha serious indzaba ye education. Thank you very much. Nisaya health ribande, ni drive safe, nize nicede le program. We will love ukuthi le program le noma le bill le maybe in the middle of July or the second term nasi buya kuma constituency period sidile ngayo once and for all. Lo mnyaka lotako bantu abethu bathi elethu. Ngiyabonga kakhulu.
Thank you very much. Let's thank you now, Deputy Speaker, for being with us. In the absence of the chairperson of the committee, we are also thanking him, Honorable Mashego. Nyamazane, ay riurata ufela hle. Riurata ufela. Thank you very much for coming to the public participation. Siyayivala manje lento. Siyayivala. Kanyamazane skribile bo. 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 Kanyamazane le ay ma. Kanyamazane le toy toy toy. Kanyamazane le toy toy toy. Kanyamazane skribile bo. Kanyamazane skribile bo. Kanyamazane skribile bo. Kanyamazane skribile bo. Kanyamazane le toy toy toy. Kanyamazane le toy toy toy. Kanyamazane le toy toy toy. Ile toy toy toy. See, they are going to serve some refreshments. So you can sit where you were. They are going to serve you refreshments as we are leaving. Siyabonga. Thank you very much.